family to go to school. That education got me to the first day at my dream job, which I can still hold while I serve part-time. That job and the home loan benefits I got from the Army National Guard helped me buy my first house. I also know that I will be one of the first to respond if my community ever needs me.
Sponsored by the Louisiana Army National Guard. Aired by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Labor Day savings are here at the Home Depot with up to 35% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like LG. Keep your routines running smoothly with an LG refrigerator you can count on from the Home Depot. And with the connected ThinQ app, you'll know if the door is left open and when to replace the filter. Gear up for fall with Labor Day savings on LG, America's most reliable appliance brand at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 21st through September 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Sports World 8809, Juella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, oh, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenatemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Widely scattered thunderstorms to close down the work week. Our temps overnight at 70 degrees. Thursday, hot, 98 degrees with an isolated storm. And 98 on Friday. Scattered storms Saturday, 86. And then some cooler numbers by Sunday and Monday, low 80s. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show. Oh, what could it possibly be? Are we finally fixed on our streaming? Yes, we are. Wow. Thanks to Patrick Netherton for coming up here and helping us get through this. And he got us to where we actually have the right days associated with each one of our streaming platforms. Woo!
Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everybody. This is the Tim Fletcher Show. My name is Tim Fletcher. We're on the wonderful 50,000-watt blowtorch, 1130 The Tiger, KWKH, 103.3 FM as well. We're also down in Lafayette, 103.3 FM, 1420 The Goat. Broadcasting live here on this lovely Thursday, September 4th. Our show presented to you by Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. Alsco.com. My friends, you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 318-725-5945, 318-725-5945. That's 318-RALLY-45.
Hello.
Good morning, Eddie.
Hello.
Did you know the Mudbugs have a preseason opener tonight?
We're coming.
Good deal.
We're coming.
That is awesome, dude.
And we ain't backing down.
It's preseason, and Coach O is already fired up for Mudbugs hockey. Doggone it, that's what you got to love to see. Mudbugs hockey tonight, tomorrow night, and Saturday. Preseason games at Georges Pond at Hirsch Coliseum. 318-636-7094, mudbugshockey.com. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line. That number is 318-489-7453, 318-GUY-PILE, 489-7453. Live Oak Environmental. Not only are they providing us the opportunity to chit-chat with you guys on the text line, their main focus is, of course, on taking care of your trash. Dumpster service. Holy moly, have they got it. Yeah. Live Oak Environmental Dumpster Service. If your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, then that's just trash. Get in touch with Roy Walters' crew at Live Oak Environmental. 318-230-7125, 318-230-7125. Or hit their website, liveoakenv.com. Good people, man. Save money. Good stuff. The early riser portion of our show is presented to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 1973. Sports World. They've got your sports gear. They have got your athletic gear. They've got stuff for coaches, officials, refs, parents, boosters, spirit squads. If you're not going to Sports World, I don't know where you're going. 8809 Joella, just off 3132. We are chock full of social media. We're on X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at Hester32. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. And, of course, we stream our little radio program with a little video all over the place. It's on X at Fletcher Show. It's on the Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel and our Facebook page. One more thing. When we're finished with the radio show today, or Swedish, or Danish, mostly Finnish, A, we hit the bottle. B, we upload each hour of live radio to the hemistratosphere. I don't know where it goes. But I know this. You can download each of those hours live from wherever you get your podcast. Apple, Spotify, Google Play, Amazon, iHeart. It's all there. It's all there. And now it's all right here. Here. Time now for your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a man. He's a big man. Ask the guys who played against him at Shreve, LSU, and Cincinnati. He was a big man who had issues with people who had a football in their hands. And he tried his best to dislodge said football from the other men. And sometimes he would try to dislodge their heads from their bodies. Bo packed a punch back in the old days. But here's the good news. We get the kinder, gentler, much more esteemed Bo Harris now. All Bo wants to do is help you in your present self. Make sure that your future self is taken care of. And how does he do that? By having a meeting with you, coming up with an investment game plan. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. I got a lot of soccer matches on tap today. Not quite into the SEC season just yet. Number 10, South Carolina at American at high noon. Illinois and Mizzou at play at 5. Wyoming, Georgia, who, by the way, is ranked 15th at 5:30. Alabama and North Carolina ranked 23rd. Get together at 6 o'clock. That's on the ACC network. The Ragin' Cajuns and Ole Miss square off at 6 o'clock. That game is in Oxford. It will also be streaming on the SEC Network Plus. 6 o'clock, Florida and Florida Gulf Coast in Gainesville. Kentucky hosts Mercyhurst. Oh, Mercyhurst. Oh, mama. The Louisiana Tech Bulldogs make the trip over to Starkville for a 6:30 matchup with Mississippi State. That also will be streaming on the SEC Network Plus. Number 25, Vanderbilt hosts number 16, Georgetown. That's at 7. Texas and Baylor play in Waco at 7 o'clock as well. Number 2, Tennessee, and number 14, Memphis. That's a fun little matchup there at 7 o'clock. Stephen F. Austin, who has not lost a game yet in 5 matches. They've won 3 and tied 2, is at Texas A&M at 7:30. Number 19, Oklahoma, and Texas State get together at 7:30. LSU is at Utah Valley at 8:30. And Wyoming and 15th ranked Georgia get together at 5:30. Of course, when it comes to the SEC, the world is very curious as how's old Kalen DeBoer doing over there? How you doing, buddy? Well, he's doing all right. He had his little radio show yesterday in his press conference. He talked about how there's, got a resilient team. Really believe that. Shows on what our response has been. We got punched in the mouth a little bit, a lot of bit. We got to respond. Said that as far as blocking out all the noise, he said it goes back to the focus on the moment you're in. Only that moment. We've got to continue to get better and better and better. I think we've come a long way in that area, but there's still room for improvement. Huh? He also said we've got to hone in on what we can control. Now, some guy named Hudson asked him about his game day prep. He said home games are different than road games. Whoa, look out now. That's crazy. What? What? You're saying that the game prep is different than at home? And they'll have a couple of chicken breasts and some green beans. That's about it for their pregame meal. So, there. He said they're all PO'd about what happened Saturday. We've got to continue to hone in on being disciplined every play. Talked about some of the key qualities of the program. Toughness, accountability, brotherhood. This is when we need it more than ever. Maintain the standard, not letting off the gas at any time. As far as ULM, who's the visitor this Saturday, he said on defense, ULM is sound, solid, and believe in what they do. Pee Wee from Grand Bay asked about the effort and if it's to the point of what he wants to see. And, of course, it's an Alabama newspaper, so they used the wrong T-O-O instead of T-O. He said, yes, it is. We certainly are aware that there are some times we aren't up to the standard. You're frustrated about the result of a play, but you have to understand why that happened. You don't have to panic internally. That's where you get back to work. You look each other in the eye, you call each other out. Next caller named Dale, one of the running backs evaluated, said, we were disappointed. We didn't have any explosives. I'm like, does he want to blow something up? You're disappointed you didn't have any explosives? Exactly. Up, sir! What changed in the game? We didn't hit the explosives. We've got to finish. We've got to sustain. I think this guy's a pyromaniac, Raj. No explosives. I'll tell you what they did have. It looked more like explosive diarrhea. And that's your SEC update. I hate ending it on such a classy note, but it is what it is. Work for. And a reminder, Kalen DeBoer has a $60 million buyout that if fired without cause before December, he would get $60 million. It would be paid out in monthly installments all the way through 2031. It might be time for Kalen DeBoer to email Coach Vincent at UL Monroe and say, here's our first 60 plays we're running. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, by the way, we're going to be running just a base 4-3 cover 0 all game, no blitzes. Have at it. Give me my money. Get me away from these Gumps, for gosh sake. I will never win them over. And that, my friends, is your SEC update, brought to you by our fine friend, Bo Harris. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris says, look, any trip without a plan is left to chance. That may be okay for a vacation every now and then, but it's not okay for your financial destiny. And that's why Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you. Get in touch with Bo Harris. Online, BoHarrisWM.com. Give him a ringy-dingy-dingy, 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com, 223 Fannin, downtown Shreveport. Time now to put your hands together and say, good morning, Rogers Hambone Hampton. How you doing?
Hey, boy. Happy Friday Eve there, Timothy Fletcher.
Whoop, whoop.
What's up, home skillet? I know we don't have much time to talk because we got to get right to it, man.
We do.
The coaches train, that Skent-N-Dent coaches train, is leaving the station, buddy.
Yes, sir.
We got Pastor Denny on board first. How are you,
sir.
man? NFL kickoff day. Two teams I don't give two craps about, but it's still NFL kickoff day.
Yes.
Which means it's all good in the hood, my brother.
And it's also high school football kickoff.
Yes.
Day. As a matter of fact,
we're not talking scrimmage. We're not talking jamboree. We're talking let's get it on.
All kind of fun stuff. And we'll be talking about that with our high school coaches as well. As a matter of fact, the guy that we have scheduled to come on here in just 2 minutes opens his season tonight that away on I-20 at Neville, which should be the crazy fun, exciting game of the weekend. At least on paper, it's sure shaping up to be that way. We'll visit with Denny Duron as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. When we come back, we are broadcasting live here on this lovely Thursday. Our show presented to you by Alsco, 318-636-0404. I sure hope that big green box truck, big green van is coming your way and taking care of your uniform, linens, bathroom, washroom, floor mats, wet mops, first aid, and more. They do it all. The early riser portion of our little radio show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Hambo. Well, Rogers was here, but I can't see him anymore. Where'd he go? Oh,
I can't wear them both together. You would just.
Oh, there you. I see your face now. Right, that dang camo. It'll get you every time. And how about a nice little shout out to our buddies over at Cormier Family Dentistry? The dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier, home of oral conscious sedation, drift pleasantly through even complex procedures. Ruben's a fan of that oral conscious sedation.
Big fan, he said.
See? Home of friendly smiles and friendly staff and beautiful smiles, or friendly staff and beautiful smiles, or friendly smiles and beautiful staff. They both work. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, right there on East Kings across from Albertsons, between Drug Emporium in Aiken's Nursery. We'll be back with Pastor Denny Duron right here on the Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger, right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jana Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time. When it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips, I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Tim Fletcher Show, presented to you by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404, 318-636-0404, Alsco.com. Tim Fletcher Show, early riser, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Sports World. They've got you covered on all your sports gear needs, as you can expect. Why would you go anywhere other than Sports World? By the way, our show also brought to you by GBT, the great banking team with 3 locations in town, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, East Texas next to the Bellagio. The great banking team is GBT. Whatever you're looking for in a bank, I guarantee you they've got the products and the people that have the know-how to get it done. But the thing that absolutely makes it so vital to have GBT on your side is the great customer service you get and the attention to detail that you find at every single GBT bank. GBT, the great banking team, taking care of business every single day. GBT, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show in so many ways.
All right, brother.
Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. This young fellow is going to put his fellows through the paces tonight in the season opener against Neville. It's Evangel head coach, Pastor Denny Duron. Good morning, Denny. How are you doing, sir?
Fletch, I'm great. How are you?
I am A-OK. Buddy, I tell you what, your receivers are such a strong, dynamic unit for Evangel. What about those guys up in the trenches, though, this year? You mentioned Ashton Dawson, who are his mates on the front lines there, and how do you feel about how the offensive line and defensive lines are coming along so far?
You know, we've got, I really feel great about it. We have a true freshman, kid that is, when I say true freshman, I don't know what I'm talking about, but honestly. But
he's a ninth grader.
I guess I think I'm a college football coach.
I get it.
But anyway, we have a kid that played junior high ball last year and did such a good job, and he's starting for us, on the offensive line, and then we've got a ninth grader who started last year, and now he's a sophomore. So we're young, we're young. And the amazing thing is those two kids there are as good as, anybody on that front. And Jackson Spear, of course, has done such a good job. He's a senior. He's our senior leader, and he's the left offensive tackle. Just can't say enough about those guys and the hard work that they put in. And, the first two outings, they really protected so well. It was the best job of protecting the quarterback that we've seen around here since the restart in 2020. I keep, referring to the restart because that's what we relate to. Is not, not the good old days, not the glory days, but from 2020 till now. And they have just really done a great job over the last 2 weeks. Tremendous competitors, full of fire. That's what you're looking for in an offensive lineman is a guy that will go out there and play with a lot of fire and a lot of emotion. And all of these guys, man, they love what they do. They're competing for starting positions, and they're just out there every day giving everything they've got to protect old Pop Houston to keep his uniform clean.
Well, that's what you want right there, buddy. And you got a great effort, it sounds like, and looks like, at the Jamboree against West Monroe. What is the thing that stood out to you about the way your fellows performed?
I'm sorry, what?
How do you feel about the way your fellows performed in the Jamboree against West Monroe?
I feel great. I feel great about it. That was approximately a half, maybe a little bit more than a half, and I think we ran right at 30, maybe 33, 35 plays, something right in there, and played very well offensively. And the great thing was how well we played defensively. The score really didn't indicate how well that we played defensively, especially against the run. West Monroe always announces that they're going to go to the wide open offense, and then they end up in that wide open veer, and the reason why is because they do it so well.
Right.
I mean, those guys really have been known through the years for being able to run the football. They got those great big old, linemen up front. They always have big guys. They've got some bloodlines in that community that are amazing. I don't know if they're German or Polish or what they are, but they have got some big old boys that can really play, man, just aggressive guys. And that's the way it is this year. They're gonna have a good year. West Monroe's gonna have a good year. But the fact is, they did go more wide open against us. In fact, they could not really do a lot on the ground against the Eagles last week. But they resorted to the passing game, and they hit two screens to a dude that I don't know who he is, but they'll be calling his name a whole lot. Kid, probably he's a wide receiver, and he caught two tunnel screens for two long touchdowns. The last one, the gun sounded while he was in the midst of that touchdown run. He closed the game with a long tunnel screen touchdown for probably about 50, 60 yards. And so, but other than that, the defense played so well in every way. Our defensive backs are doing a great job. Our linebackers are so aggressive. All of them really under the leadership and tutelage of Day-Day Drake. Day-Day Drake is fully awake and playing with all of his might. He is not. I don't think he's had great years the last 2 years. He's been off and on, hot and cold. But boy, I'll tell you, that's over. It's like he wins every sprint. He is at the head of every line out there, and he has taken these younger linebackers and really taken them under his wing. Is doing a great job of leadership. So I think we're going to be really solid defensively. And, I say all that understanding that you just never know, especially you never know till you play Neville. Then you're going to know something about your team,
You're going to know something tonight, buddy. Neville comes in after a really just a gut-wrenching finish to the season last year. They really thought they had a state championship caliber team. They're ahead 13-10 or whatever in the closing moments of the semifinals against Central. They go for a field goal. It's a bad snap. Next thing you know, dude picks it up and runs 90 yards. It goes the other way for the touchdown, and they lose to Central in just heartbreaking fashion. So they are coming in with a big chip on their shoulder. And the thing, that's fine, but here's the other aspect of it. They got talent. Juju Barnes, North Carolina Tar Heel commit. Jaden Reed, a Ragin' Cajun commit, both there in the secondary. Parker Robinson, the quarterback, has a ULM offer. So, Denny, they've got studs in the very elite skill position areas. So when you look at Neville, what's the thing that kind of jumps off the page to you?
Well, the same things that, that we always know about Neville is that they're going to play solid, fundamental football. They're going to be very aggressive, and you're going to have to hang in there with them. You're going to have to just keep playing, because if you keep playing, then if you have a good football team, and you keep playing, then you're going to get your opportunities. But it might not be right up front, and so it's going to be important that I'm able to get that over to these boys. Is the fact that we understand that we're playing Neville. We have not beaten them, and there's not a kid on that team that wouldn't give anything to start out with a victory, especially against Neville. And you look in the fashion that we have lost those football games. Last year we jumped out to a 14-0 lead just right off the bat, and the year before that we lost by a point, trying to go for two. Gave it to Gabriel Relaford on a dive play, and it was almost, but we lost by a point. And then the year before that we lost in the mud game 8-0. So we've been right there with these guys, and and the reason they won and we didn't is because they're Neville. They are who they are. They understand how to finish. They're a traditional program, and for generations, it's been passed down from team to team that this is who we are, and you better sustain that. You better maintain that tradition around here, and these kids have done a good job doing that.
Pastor Denny Duron, head coach of the Evangel Eagles. They get their season started tonight at Neville, who's preseason ranked number 3 in the Louisiana Sports Writers Association poll, which doesn't mean a whole lot. I get that, but that also means they have quite a bit coming back from a very, very good team last year. It's going to be awesome. Peyton Pops Houston will be tested, and so far that young man looks pretty good passing test. Does a lot better job about passing tests than I ever did, I'll tell you that much. And so should be a doozy of a lid lifter. This is what you play for, right, Denny? This is why these kids get out there and sweat it out and bust their tails in the weight room for these opportunities.
Yeah, and that's why we're not in AA,
Yeah.
The fact is we're a AA football team who chooses to play in 5A because we love these big games, man. I mean, there's not going to be a better football game in America tonight than this game at the Death Valley of high school sports. We get to go to a legendary place and stadium and play against a legendary team. It's just going to be a great, great night for football. I encourage everybody to come out and watch. All I would say to everyone who's listening today is this: if you miss watching Pop Houston play, you're going to kick yourself, because this kid is really, really a special leader, a special quarterback, and to watch his skill set on display is an amazing thing every weekend.
I could not have said it better, sir. Denny Duron, head coach of the Evangel Eagles. Safe travels, and as our always constant thing here, Denny, we hope your boys play hard, but more importantly, everybody comes out of this thing healthy and ready for the next go-round. Always appreciate your time, sir.
Amen. Hey, we appreciate you, Fletcher, and everything you do for us. Thank you,
buddy. Denny
Bye-bye.
Duron, always in line for a ham. 6:30 the time. Rogers, this is one of those that, boy, I wish I had the energy and the ability to go somewhere and be back at 12 o'clock tonight and be able to get up at 3 in the morning and do this. tomorrow's a long day for me. So, but for those that are going over, man, more power to you. Happy for you, and it should be really, really entertaining. Evangel at Neville. It's the opening of high school football season tonight. It's the opening of the NFL season. We've got your Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations. Rogers, I stopped by Skent-N-Dent yesterday. Had a chance to visit with Devin and Rance and their grandfather as well, one of the guys who got this whole thing started. It's crazy. You really have to see it to believe it. The number of appliances they have and furniture, that's unbelievable. Rogers, I was just walking around with Devin. You know, I've told you before, I've got a Skent-N-Dent dishwasher I've had for 10 years, and it is purring like a kitten. I probably should get the cat out of there. Yeah, but it's clean, you know, so that's good. That's good. And we're over there just looking at these double ovens, you know, these things that have an oven on top and an oven below where you can bake two different things and all the kind of, you know, the fancy stuff. And I'm looking at it, and I think the original price is like $4,700. I'm like, ooh, I hadn't priced ovens in a while, you know. And I noticed the price at Skent-N-Dent was $1,900. And I said, okay, Devin, I'm looking. I don't see a blemish on this. I said, I don't understand this. It's $4,700 retail, but you're selling it for $1,700 or $1,700 or $1,800. I said, I don't see anything. And he pointed at something. I said, what? What are you pointing at? He goes, right there. And there was a scratch, Rogers, about 2 centimeters. It's a silver, you know, front oven. And so the scratch, it's about 1 centimeter long, and it's the same color as the stinking oven door. I mean, so you have to look at it from like a little light. I kind of look at it. Oh, yeah, I see it. I said, that is $2,800? He goes, yeah. He goes, this is right. Everything in here basically comes from Whirlpool. And they just have different brand names. You know, what is it? Roper, Frigidaire. Whirlpool now has like so many things underneath it. I said, that's ridiculous. When we're over looking at fridges, Raj, this refrigerator, it's like a $7,000 refrigerator. Giant. Like you would see in like a movie star's house, you know. $7,000. They got it for like $3,700. I said, what's the problem? He goes, well, there, right there. And I was like, what? The handle. I went, there's an indentation on the handle. Like if it were made of putty, like you just kind of put your thumb into it, like, It's about that size, like the tip of your thumb. I said, what would it cost to replace this handle? He goes, $50. I said, that's the only thing that's wrong is there's a, he goes, yeah. I said, and you're saving $3,700 or $4,700 on this refrigerator. He goes, yes. I said, this is nuts. Why would anybody ever pay for more than this stuff? My old buddy David Page once said, Raj, only suckers pay retail. I don't think you guys are suckers. You will be blown away at the high quality and the beauty of the appliances and furniture at Skent-N-Dent. I was like, this is crazy. And they're getting 2 trucks in today and tomorrow. So more washers and dryers coming in, more refrigerators coming in. Check it out. Skent-N-Dent, bringing you the Coaches Conversations, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. It is absolutely jaw-dropping, the savings that are available. And we'll be back with your LSU update and Austin Brown and his Northwood Falcons of Renown, Roger's favorite big band. All that and more coming to you in just a wee bit. Our show presented to you by Alsco.com. Bring it in, kids. Come on. Gather around. Coach speaking here. Sports World. They are your local uniform professionals. Of course, football season, we know the old Jack and his crew got everything for your sports world. That's where I go for everything. See these Kosher shorts? Think they make these things on trees? Think they make these things out of natural fabric? Heck no! But I know I can get them at Sports World. Cleats? Yep. Hats? Yep. I carry 3 or 4 hats because I got to throw 3 of them on the sideline. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been in business 50 years. That's as long as I've been Coach McCocherson. Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
We know that when the air conditioner goes kaput, we call Accutem. When the heat's on the fritz, you call Accutem. The best way to get this whole thing started is when you begin to put in a new unit, just call Accutem. No more kaput, no more fritz. 861-2255. Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, our show presented to you by Alsco.com, 636-0404. Restaurant needs, facility care, linens, napkins, and so much more. Of course, we're also, the early riser portion brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Time now for a River City's Lighting LSU update. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. Have they got light fixtures for you inside the house, outside the house, all over the house? LSU. National awards? Sure, why not? Your Walter Camp National Offensive Player of the Week, LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier. Your Chuck Bednarik Award National Player of the Week, Mansour Delane. So, 2 of the bigger national awards going to LSU Tigers. By the way, as far as Louisiana Tech, here we go. Got to remember, LSU fans, we had Sonny Cumbie on. We had Coach Olson on, the defensive coordinator. That defense for Tech has pitched a shutout already this year against Southeastern, and they closed last year with a shutout. But here's the deal. That Tech defense was 12th in the country last year in total defense. All right? Now, they held Southeastern to under 50% passing, allowed no touchdowns through the air, picked off a couple of passes. Louisiana Tech. Offensively, it took a while for the Bulldogs to get going, but their defense is pretty salty. So, I'm not saying they've got the number of first-round draft picks in their front 7 that Clemson has, but you'll see Louisiana Tech's linebackers and defensive line and go, oh, wait a minute. Those guys are pretty good. So, don't be shocked if LSU has some struggles offensively against that Louisiana Tech squad. Seriously, that's a good defense that LSU is playing. Kickoff 6:30 Saturday, pregame 4:30 with Loyola Flyer alum Hunt Palmer, Marlon Favorite, and I forget who else is with him. There's another former Tiger. Who is it? Not Brandon Taylor, is it? I think he used to do it, maybe. Pregame 4:30, kickoff 6:30. Chris Blair and company right here on 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports and your home for LSU updates every single morning. At the bottom of the hour is River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Joining us now, on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. Your head coach of the Northwood Falcons, it's good old Austin Brown and his Northwood Falcons over now. Good morning, AB. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, doing very good.
Excellent, man. Last week you were mentioning how your offensive line got a little bit of swagger to them. What's that line of demarcation that you're looking for as a coach where you got good swagger versus the penalty-getting swagger? Where is it, and how close do your guys get to that line?
The whistle. When the whistle blows, it's time to get back, get lined down. We try and run a tempo offense, but in between that whistle, sometimes it'll make you blush. So in between the whistles, we allow. I kind of like extracurricular at practice and invite it sometimes, just so we can coach and teach off of it. And our kids do a good job of letting it go and moving on and then not messing up a practice. But I've got a linebacker right now that my defensive coordinator sometimes is like, Coach, take the leash off, let them cause some havoc at practice and whatnot. And same thing with the O-line as well. I let them sow their own oats and get after it a little bit.
Let that leash out a little bit. Let that dog hunt. Nothing wrong with that, Get him going into a leather. So I'm kind of curious as well. You got, Nate kind of getting his first bits of kind of game-like varsity action. How's he handled it so far?
He's done great, man. He had a great spring. The last couple of quarterbacks we've had have been big-time baseball players, so they travel a lot during the summer, and so that was an adjustment coming back. But now that he shared up the QB1 spot, you can, he's doing a very good job of staying positive at practice, and when he's a Division I baseball commit, so he knows how to compete. That's the thing about these AAU baseball players or whatever league that is. They're traveling and competing against the best all summer long, and so I think the same thing with Jackson Bensler. He quietly had one of the best years of a quarterback in all of Louisiana. 25 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. They just have this quiet confidence about them, and they can handle a Friday night because they've been the pitcher against North DeSoto or Brother Martin, and they've been on the mound in big situations, so they can handle Friday night.
Nate getting the UL offer and commitment, which is fantastic in all aspects. What a great baseball program to be joining, of course, and so more power to him. But there have been quite a few quarterbacks that have had really good high school careers that they'll sit out that senior year. Looking at Peyton Stovall, sat out a senior year. Christian Turner was a quarterback at both of them at Houghton that gave up their senior year football because they know they had so much at stake in baseball. And both, of course, going, Peyton had a career at Arkansas, Christian going to Arkansas. And I completely understand that. But I also understand wanting to get out there with your boys and play a little bit more. So was there any convincing with Nate to do this, or did he kind of, has that conversation been had? Or obviously it has, but what was that conversation like as far as, hey, baseball is going to write your ticket to college? Are you sure you want to do this type stuff?
No, in fact, it's the opposite. He wants a scholarship in football as well. If you've heard of the Ashby family, his aunt's married into the Hewlett family from Evangel. They're competitors. He wants to play. Every Tuesday is a Friday night to him at practice. So as far as that, that's not on his radar.
All right. So the jamboree against Huntington, I assume that you got enough out of it to where it was worth your while. What was the thing that stood out, though, as far as the positives for Northwood?
Yeah, our big plays. My Nate and our guys that are supposed to make plays made. Defensively, we gave up a couple plays to Huntington's great athletes, but we've got to fix that. But the tempo was good, and you know, not very many penalties.
Uh-oh. Coach?
To make plays.
There we go.
Showed up.
We lost you there for a second. The last thing I heard was showed up, and I don't know if that means that Rogers has just showed up out there in front of your house or what. Something showed up. I'm not exactly sure. We know this. Going to show up tomorrow, taking on a Stephen-Dennis coached Benton squad. Well, you've seen the film of their scrimmage, I assume, and their jamboree. What's the biggest difference you've noticed between the Reynolds Moore edition of Benton Tigers and the Stephen-Dennis edition of Benton Tigers? Or is there a difference yet?
Not much. I mean, number 2 is more now the predominant running back, and he looks good. You know, last year he kind of split carries, and this year he's the main back, and he looks it, runs very hard. They play hard. You know, Coach Dennis is going to have them motivated. He's going to have them playing hard, and of course the quarterback is special, but they've got that wide receiver that runs track and he can roll, but you know, they've got a little bit more speed than what they're probably used to. The main thing is that running back is playing like he is the main back, and you know, he looks good right now.
Of course, we can't let things go without a little curiosity about the big matchup Saturday. Your Oklahoma Sooners taking on Bryce Underwood and the Michigan Wolverines. Are you going to that game?
No, I won't be able to make it. We obviously it's football season, it makes it a little tough. Hopefully, I won't be. I bought my tickets for the LSU game, but
okay,
hopefully we'll still be playing, and I won't be able to go.
That's a good thing. Well, I didn't know. You know, Northwood, y'all got guys with private jets. They might be able to zoom you up there pretty quick.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on what you've seen from Mateer and company and Venables, and what you hope to see and kind of expect to see on Saturday?
Yeah, I think they started a little slow versus Zachary last week, but you know, Mateer's got that Baker Mayfield in him, threw for 400 yards. He got the leadership and swagger that Baker Mayfield had, and they'll have two new starting O-linemen back this week against Michigan that I think they held out for, you know, and then Ott didn't get too many carries. I think he only got one actually. So I think they kind of played it close to the vest yesterday or last week, and it'll be a big time. I can't remember the last time this big of an opponent came into Norman, so it'll be fun to watch.
I think there was something about this is one of the first top 10 non-conference opponents that's been there in like some number of years. Or something like that, some weird kind of thing like that, top 15. I don't know where exactly Michigan's ranked right now, but that's a big deal. And, of course, Bryce Underwood, the hotshot 5-star plus quarterback going up against John Mateer, should be a lot of fun. But first things first, it's Northwood at Benton Friday night. Hard to believe, Austin, but it just seemed like yesterday you were running your kids through the Oklahoma drill, like literally your kids, and now you've got your football kids with a season opener, and I assume you are pretty pumped about tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's exciting times up here in Blanchard. You know, everybody's been coming by the office and calling and texting. Everybody's ready for some football Friday.
Good deal, buddy. Well, hope everything goes well for your boys, and they all come out of it healthy. As always, AB, enjoy visiting with you, man, and our best to your fellas.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bet. 6:49 the time. When we come back, we're going over to Minden into Webster Parish to find out what's up with the Minden Crimson Tide. As Spencer heard that, we'll preview their matchup against Mansfield, his alma mater. He won a state championship with them, was the MVP of that state championship game. Are his heartstrings going to be tugged a little in this game, Raj? Oh, who knows? Our high school coaches' conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent. Incredible alignment and supply of beautiful appliances that are seriously up to 50, maybe even more, 50% or more discounts on so many of these things. Unbelievable 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Spell Brothers Lumber. The Lay in the Lumber Award in high school football brought to you by Spell Brothers. Tech Tuesday brought to you by Spell Brothers. 1321 Martin Lane, your local lumber store. SpellBrosLumber.com, the home of hot shot delivery service. Lumber, doors, drawers, cabinets, and so much more. Delivered quickly and efficiently to the job site, unloaded for you there. And remember, any unused, undamaged material left over, Spell Brothers will come pick it up, bring it back to the store, and give you a credit for it. Spell Brothers Lumber, locally owned and operated by our buddy John Salmons, 318-747-1194. He's a Tech alum, 318-747-1194. We'll be back with Spencer Hurdette right after this.
Hi, this is Ryan with C&M Affordable Fence. Me and my team are thrilled to serve the Northwest Louisiana area with the best fencing with the best prices. Whether you are needing a privacy fence, fence repair, or small stylish addition to your property, we are here for you. With over 20 years of experience, we ensure the best quality and pricing in town. Learn more at cmaffordablefence.com or call me today at 318-909-8085 for a free quote. Upgrade your home with the best in the fencing industry today.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I'm cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Looking for the best way to grow your business? Town Square Media is your ultimate marketing partner. We're the leaders in combining the power of radio, digital, and social media to create the most effective marketing plans that deliver results. With our expert strategies, we'll help you reach more customers, increase sales, and build a stronger brand. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Call Town Square Media today at 318-688-1130. And let's get started on a marketing plan that works for you.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
$6:53 the time. Good morning, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show presented by Alsco.com. 318-636-0404. Linens, facility care, restaurant needs, uniforms. 318-636-0404. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. They've got your gear ready. If you have an athlete that's missing something for the game, trust me, Sports World can have it. I'm talking helmets, chin straps, jock straps, cleats, socks, jocks. Did I mention jocks? You can wear two jocks at one time, Raj. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, the man, the myth, the legend, 13th year as the head coach of the Minden Crimson Tide. It's good old Spencer Hurd. Good morning, Spencer. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you?
It's game day for a lot of folks in this world, and it's game week for everybody, man. So you feeling pretty froggy over there?
Oh, yeah. It's the best time of year.
Yeah, and boy, we got a little bit of oh, man, we're going to get fall weather. And then all of a sudden you look at the forecast tomorrow, and it's 97 degrees. So,
back to reality.
Back to reality we go. Right. Spencer, you said last week you had the benefit of facing two distinct styles of offense in Homer and Haynesville in the Jamboree. Plus, there was also the playmaker of Isaiah Washington. So how did you guys handle that first little test there with facing a little bit of two different recipes, so to speak?
Yeah. I mean, I thought we had some good plays. There were some things definitely things to take away. Overall, I definitely didn't think we played our best football in that game. So, we talked to the guys. I felt like, we left a lot on the table that we should have played better than we played. But with that being said, it doesn't go on your record. And I told them, hey, if we're going to have a bad game, a bad showing or whatnot, I'd rather be in a jamboree than in a real game. So hopefully we got that out of the way. We can come out and perform a little bit better this week. Just felt like, defensively, now I will say this, we were missing 3 starters in that game. So, it definitely affects things. Defensive linemen, a couple outside linebackers. So, let guys get over the top of us a couple times and felt like the run stoppage wasn't good on the edge. But I think Coach Miller's doing a great job. Got a lot of stuff corrected this week, and I feel like we're going to come out and play better defensively. Offensively, ran the ball fairly well, and, pass pros got to continue to improve. Kind of young offensive lineman, had a couple of mistakes and stuff. So, but a lot of things to improve from, and, we got to come out with our A game Friday night against a good Mansfield team.
Yeah, they are. The thing is with Coach Barbay, who we'll visit with at 8:30 this morning at your alma mater, has done a really good job, and it's been incremental improvement, Spencer, but it's also kind of come in some pretty good chunks. Like they are what they were last year compared to his first year there was a big improvement. What's the thing that you've noticed about your alma mater there, since you guys played them last year as well, in one of the more exciting games of the opening weekend, a 34-33 win? What's the thing you kind of notice about Mansfield and the Darrell Barbay way of doing things that's kind of got things going for them?
Yeah, they're just solid in all the phases. The kids look like they're well coached and just doing what they're supposed to do. That's the big thing. The kicking game's solid. And defensively, they know how to line up. They play fast. And he's got them playing hard. That's the main thing. They got some athletes down there. So, I think he's doing a great job. It's going to be a challenge Friday night when they come into the pit. So we got to be ready.
I kind of half jokingly say this, that got to wonder if Spencer's, heartstrings are being tugged in this one, but hey, it is your alma mater. You know what it's like to ride on the Yellowhound from Mansfield to Minden or Mansfield to wherever. You've been a Mansfield Wolverine. You won a state championship with those guys. Does it feel any different than a regular other game when you go up against your old alma mater like this, or is it literally like any other game?
No, not really. we're just trying to win football games. So I don't really think about it a whole lot. I will say when we go play there,
right?
It's a little bit different, but I think when they come to Minden, it's almost like any other game. Going to play in Mansfield is a little bit different just from the memories of being in that location and all the things that happen there. But, it's looking forward to it. Now, we did. There was a time, I can remember coming over here when I was at Mansfield and actually playing in Minden.
Wow.
I can remember that game pretty distinctly. Just the place and, the setup, the old setup, like when I first got here, the stadium and stuff, and kind of with the creek and everything, and all the trees and the south ends, all that stuff is gone now. But so it's kind of cool to think back, but at the same time, we're about to play a ball game, so that's what really matters.
I get it. I was just wondering, like, when you go over there, do you bring the wife and point out on the field, and honey, right here's where I made a little spin move against, whomever.
No.
She don't want to hear that, does she?
No, definitely not.
As far as what your guys are doing, we hear it so many times, Spencer. We just have to be us. We have to take care of us. We have to do what we do. It doesn't matter who we play. And it's been said so much over the years that I'm like, I actually think these coaches believe that. I think this is not just a phrase that's kind of the cool thing to say. I believe it's kind of the way you have to be now in high school football, right? You really do almost have to not worry about your opponent. You got to take care of your own self, right?
Yeah. You're obviously game planning for your opponent and know what they do, and your kids have to understand how to adapt and adjust to whatever it is they're playing against, offensively, defensively. But at the same time, especially early in the season, I think you're trying to get all the pieces, fitted up, lined up, and on offense schematically, defense schematically, and you are really concerned. Like we look at practice every day. Going against what the opponent and the looks we're going to get and stuff. You're just trying to fine-tune things. I mean, and it never changes throughout the course of the season, but especially early on in the first half of the season, you're really, really trying to get all the kinks worked out and focusing on yourself. And I think everybody does that. And that's kind of one of the big things in terms of improving from week to week. You got to see where you are. That's the thing about, game film, you got to really examine that. And it might be a schematic thing. It might be just details of how something's supposed to work or not. It might be a personnel situation. There's a lot of things to consider, but you definitely got to pay attention to yourself.
Last thing I have for you is Spencer. Spencer Hurd joining us on the Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, head coach of the Minden Crimson Tide. They will be hosting Mansfield Friday night. Watched Hard Knocks, love it. It's one of my favorite things on TV every year when it comes out. I love that kind of stuff behind the scenes. As Buffalo Bills this year, Coach McDermott, this final episode was after the cuts were made, and they bring the guys back from the practice squad, and some of the fan favorites from the the coverage on HBO made it back to the practice squad. And so it's kind of cool, to see the West Point, the guy that played at Army, make the squad and all that. And he's addressing the whole team, including the practice squad, right before their first practice with all 53 plus the 13 practice squad guys. And he said, practice squad guys, you have to know that what you do and what we're getting ready to see out here on this practice field has as much or more to do with us in our pursuit of the Super Bowl than anybody in here. You're going to give us the looks that we have to face. You're going to give us you're going to run the plays that we have to face. You're going to run the formations that we're going to have to know what to do. You're going to have to line up against us, and that Josh is going to have to figure out what to do against the defense like this. And he said, and you're going to get your opportunities. Every one of you is going to be in a game probably this year with something on the line. And I was like, wait a minute. Our high school coaches say the same thing about their freshmen and sophomores. It never stops, does it, Spencer? As far as the kids that you think that we're just here to be the tackling dummy, I'm just here to be the guy to be pushed around by a blocker. Those kids mean so much to the success of a program, not just because they're going to get their opportunity, but for the work they make the ones do. And I just thought that was pretty interesting that at the NFL level, they're basically saying the exact same thing that you're probably going to say to your kids throughout the week. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that's at all levels. I mean, the thing about, and we, the way we practice is we have sessions where it's, 1v1, offense, defense. Then there's, a lot of times where ones are going against twos, and it's kind of like, you have to get the look, and you try to make a point to them of like, you are affecting the game in such a way that how hard you go and the type of look that you give. So it's critical that they can do that. And our guys have, been doing a great job of that this season. They always do. But you have to kind of make a point that everybody matters, and you never know when your moment's going to come. You have to be ready. That's the other thing. Like when watching film, just trying to, schematically knowing what to do. I mean, you have to be ready to step on the field, try to make that point to those guys too. Just like the other night, I told you we were missing 3 guys. Right. Well, three other guys had to step on the field, go out there and try to perform. Okay. Were they ready? They needed to be, because you never know when that moment's going to come. That's right. Somebody can get sick, whatever. A lot of things can happen. And, you have to have plan A, B, and C and be ready, because you still got to go play a ball game. So, that's definitely true at all levels. And I think you see it every Friday night play out in some form or fashion. Yeah, I just thought it was pretty interesting to hear almost the exact same speech that I heard from my coach in 1981 that you're probably going to hear from, Spencer Hurd at some point during 2025. It's just kind of wild stuff, man. Some things just never change. It's still football. And he was a heck of a player back in his day and doing a pretty darn good job as a coach himself. Minden head coach Spencer Hurd. They open the season tomorrow night in the pit at home versus Mansfield. Should be a really fun game. Always enjoy catching up with you, Spencer. Best of luck to your boys and hope they come out healthy. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. You bet. 7:05 the time. We have wrapped up the early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World. We move into the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. They'll open in 55 minutes at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City with breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, and so much more. Adam Hesser's in the house. Good morning, Adam. Hello. Rogers Hamden's in the house. Good morning, Camo. Hello. And we'll be back with your SEC update and more right after this. Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely.
Shin
Boil them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
GBT has been our stand by us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Over here in our little Tim Fletcher Show corner of the world, we are so appreciative of the fine folks over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, shining the spotlight on local athletes with our Player of the Week throughout the school year. Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Good morning, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Adam Hester is brought to you by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Restaurant needs, facility care, linens, all that and more. Alsco.com. Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 52 minutes. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, and those Dorado chicken tacos, deep fried chicken tacos. Woo! Something else, buddy. Time now for your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to sit down for a visit with you and discuss your investment game plan. Give Bo a call, 318-670-3101. Get your financial situation headed in the right direction. Bringing you this SEC update. After 1 week, we've got leaders. Your leading ground gainer in the SEC, Jackson Arnold of Auburn, 137 yards. Dante Dowdell of Kentucky had 129. Kawan Lacey of Ole Miss, 108. And Ahmad Hardy, former ULM running back, ran for 100 yards for Missouri in their season opener. 300-yard passers, we had 3 of them in the opening week in the SEC. John Mateer of Oklahoma threw for 392 yards. Arkansas's Taylor Green, 322. And Austin Simmons of Ole Miss threw for 341, and neither of them faced anybody worth a darn on defense. So, take that for what it is. You know? Know what I mean? Vern? Leading receiver? Jeremy Bernard of Alabama. 146 yards. Marquis Johnson of Missouri, 134. Harrison Wallace III of Ole Miss, 130. Mario Craver of A&M, 122. Omega Blake of Arkansas, 121. And yes, I love the name Omega Blake. And Keontez Lewis of Oklahoma caught 119 yards worth of passes. All kind of fun stuff, man. We're just getting started. That's your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris says, basically, life without a plan is a life with too many decisions left up in the air. One way you can kind of address a big question mark in your life, what's my financial future going to look like, is to sit down with a true professional financial advisor. You'll find one on the other end of the line when you call Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Green Oaks Giants. It's the former Bird Yellow Jacket, Grambling Tiger, Nick Peoples. Good morning, Nick. How you doing, sir?
Good morning, Tim. How you doing, man?
I am doing A-okay, buddy. Couple of things from last week. Want to stand down or chat with you again. You mentioned the Giants' dedication in the weight room and that football IQ of your fellows always on the way up. You mentioned both as assets. How much of that is self-motivated from the kids, and how much of it is the coaches saying, all right, this is what you got to do if you want to be a part of our team?
I'll say at this point it's about 50-50. I have to be that voice, to kind of push them. I have to be that external motivation. But, of course, I want it to be intrinsic. I want them to be internally motivated to say, hey, man, I have to develop. I have to improve from last season, and different things like that, man. So I'll say about 50-50 on that right now.
You'll probably see, and you have seen, I'm sure, because it happened to you as a high school football player, Nick, where the light bulb went off. Like, oh, this is what I got to do. This is when, if I do this, this is where success comes. What is it like as a coach to see that happen with some of your kids when that light bulb goes off for them?
Man, it's a great thing, man. Makes me feel really good. Not more about what I'm doing, just more about the development of the kid. That's why I do this. That's why I've been doing this for 9 going on 10 years now. It's a great feeling to see them being able to come into their own and become young men.
You get the opportunity to affect so many lives at such a formative time as a high school coach, whether you're Denny Duron at Evangel or Austin Brown at Northwood or Spencer Hurd at Minden or you at Green Oaks. How much does that make up what your job duty is, Nick, when you got into this? I'm sure it's probably a little bit more than you thought it was going to be.
Oh, man, most definitely. But God blessed me with a great mentor, Coach Bradford. He brought me along, mostly everything that he did that involved being a head coach. And I really appreciate that. That kind of has my head on kind of straight and kind of aware of things that most guys would not know taking this role. But it is a lot of work. It is a lot of being a diplomat and taking care of paperwork. So it's kind of different in that aspect. You're not so much of being, hands-on coaching like I was doing as a position coach. But I'm just learning, how to manage both sides of this job.
Nick Peoples, head coach of the Green Oaks Giants, joining us. Your jamboree sure sounds like, Nick, that it went about as well as you could expect. Pitched a couple of shutouts and put some points on the board, 30 points overall. How do you kind of assess the way your fellows played in the jamboree?
The guys played great. They played together. They was having fun, and they executed well. Of course, there's a lot of things that we have to improve on. Just small fundamental mistakes, just learning the game of football, developing their IQ. But overall, the guys, they did well. And like you said, the game is back to the lab.
And that lab work hopefully is going to have a nice little result when you take the test tomorrow night against Cedric Harris and the Woodlawn Knights. Obviously, you've had some dress rehearsals, a scrimmage, and 2 sets of jamboree actions there against Southwood and North Caddo. How much more prepared are your fellas today than they were, say, even Monday of this week?
And there is a pair that they're going to get. As my old coach, Coach Bruno used to say, the hay's in the barn. We got blessed last week, actually, by being in double headers. So it kind of put us in a game-like situation of having to play back-to-back. And I got an assessment of their conditioning last week. So we made those adjustments over time this week. And like I've been telling the guys, it's only going to get harder from here. It's only going to get harder because I'm going to get more picky on the details. You guys know the expectations now, so it's time to elevate and time to take a step forward with it.
Nick Peoples, head coach of the Green Oaks Giants, taking on Woodlawn Friday night in your first game as a head coach. What are you kind of going through emotionally, mentally, and how do you think you're going to handle it when you walk out there on that field and the fellas are going out for the coin toss and you're 2 minutes away from kickoff? Have you pictured what that moment's going to feel like?
Well, Tim, man, I will tell you this. I have a very nurturing mother. Last week, she made a Facebook post, and she was just talking about my journey that she's been with me throughout football. And I did a lot of reflecting before the game. Brought tears to my eyes to kind of see, where God has brought me from and where he's bringing me to. So it was very emotional for me last week. But like I tell the guys, you control your emotions. You control your emotions, and your emotions don't control you. So it's kind of one of those things, like as a player, as the Star Spangled Banner is going on, for some odd reason, you get teary-eyed and you start thinking and reflecting on the hard work that you've been putting in, that the guys have been putting in. So I'm really excited about that. I'm very emotionally aware human being, so I love to experience those emotions because it gives you the best experience of life.
One of the things, there was a little post going on yesterday, is kind of, over the top about how great football is, and they were talking about the NFL, but it's true in that you lock arms with your brothers. The guy next to you on that offensive line, the guy next to you in the huddle or in the huddle with you or sitting next to you in your locker, you owe him 100% effort, and he owes you the same thing. Is that a lost art in high school football, Nick, or is that something that is still evident and it's being practiced at Green Oaks?
Man, it is still evident. Coach Bradford, he had a saying that the village still matters, and what that means is that camaraderie within the team, within our unit, and also bringing in that community engagement, also being tied in and being unified with them. So, man, we're Cooper Road strong over there. And we're trying to have that bond, and that's one thing that I'm very particular, very hard on, just being our brother's keeper. We like to figuratively kind of say it as, who are you going to take in the foxhole with you? And I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that saying. So I kind of address football as we're going to war. Because it's a dangerous game. You can go out there and you can get hurt if you don't give 100% effort, or if we're not unified. That wall could be broken down, and we will have barrier after barrier after barrier if we're not unified. So, man, I pitched that to the guys. That togetherness, unified. We actually make a circle before every game to show that the circle is a symbol of unity. It's a symbol of insanity, and if this circle stays linked together, no one can penetrate it.
Sound like Nick Peoples has got this thing figured out pretty doggone well, man. It's your season debut, your head coaching debut tomorrow night against a fellow he's been through some things. He's coached a few games, good old Thedrick Harris over there. So the young buck and the wily old fox getting after it tomorrow should be a blast of a game. Big fan of both fellas, and, man, I hope your boys play as hard as they can and hope everyone comes out of it healthy, Nick, and congratulations on getting to this point in your career at this age, buddy. Happy for you.
Man, yes, sir. Thank you again, Tim, man. I hope you have
Thank you very much, Nick. Appreciate it, buddy. Nick Peoples, head coach of the GO Giants. Taking on Woodlawn tomorrow night. Circle of Trust, Raj. Got to have the Circle of Trust. Our high school coaches conversation is brought to you by Skent-N-Dent. It's amazing. Why would anyone spend the money that new appliances go for when you can get them for 30, 40, 50, 60% off with a minor blemish, an indistinguishable blemish? I don't get it. I really don't understand why everybody doesn't just flock to 814 Shreveport Barksdale. It's crazy. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Our show also brought to you by Bowman Asphalt. Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big. If you can walk on it, park on it, build on it, or drive over it, Ryan Bowman can take care of it for you. 742-8100, bowmanasphalt.biz. No job too big, no job too small. 4 generations they've been paving, grading, and asphalting all over the place. All over my face. I could probably use a good grading and paving on my face. 56 years they've been doing this. 742-8100, bowmanasphalt.biz. Hambone Hester and I will be back as part of our show presented by Alsco right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Game on. Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. This isn't just football. It's first touchdown fireworks, anytime TD rushes, and live bets that ride every momentum shift. At DraftKings, every play is your next shot to win, including this Sunday where the Saints are underdogs at home against Arizona. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly, plus grab over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code TIGER. That's code TIGER to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Physically present in Louisiana. Select parishes only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Licensee partner Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World. Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with the Rogers, Hemden, and Adam Hester. Our show presented to you by Alsco. When it comes to your linens, facility care, first aid needs, I hope that green box truck's heading your way from Alsco. They got wet mops and floor mats, which Hester, I believe, is KVKI's morning show.
Yeah. I mean, we could just go in there and do it. There's nobody in there.
I don't think so either. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Wet Mop.
What was the other one?
Floor mat.
It's me, floor mat.
Have nothing but just whiz bang. Yes.
Lots of hijinks.
Lots of hijinks.
Yeah. Followed by Gloria Stefan.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I'm going on KVKI, it's that playlist. From like 1996. I don't need the same stuff that's on 94.5.
You may have heard this last night on Miami Vice.
Yes, absolutely.
The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 36 minutes. And again, we are landlocked here in our studio. We can't go get Fuzzy's Tacos.
Coming up, Murray Head.
But you can in 36 minutes. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
There's no reason Murray Head should have had a career. Just none.
Murray Head is the one night in Bangkok.
Yeah. And he was something else, though. Like
it's a hard man humble? Is that what it was?
Yeah. He was an actor, too, maybe? Murray Head? He had other stuff going on. He wasn't just
He wasn't just the one night in Bangkok.
Correct.
Okay. Correct. Because that's enough as it is.
But the city don't know what the city is. Such a fun song.
What the hell?
It is pretty fun. It's one.
And
of
there
those
was
songs
one place you could hear it back in the day, and it was two doors
That
down
was
that
it.
way.
That was it. Bow, bow,
That
bow.
and hold on, what was the other one? Nothing gonna break up my stride. What was
Oh,
that?
God, Matthew Wilder.
Wilder.
There you go. You could hear that on KVKI. Not anymore. Same crap you hear on the other one.
Oh no, I got to keep on moving.
John Cicada.
Oh God.
John Cicada on there.
Speaking of John Cicada, guess what show I started watching last night?
What's that, Tim?
John Cena. Peacemaker.
Oh, the yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things.
It's pretty good. He's really kind of stupidly, obnoxiously funny in this show.
Yeah, he does a good job.
He does a good job. Yeah. And he's
I've
not even
seen
speaking Mandarin in this one yet. So, there's always but every time he comes on the street, I have to think about John Cena.
Oh, you can't. I mean, you cannot not think of it. Are you ready? Ready for what? Are
you ready?
That's my favorite part.
It's one of the greatest prank phone calls in the history of, in this century of prank phone calls. Post Crank Yankers, it's up there. Oh, boy. NFL kicks off tonight. The Dallas Cowboys at the Philadelphia Eagles. Tonight. Get your fantasy football lineups locked in and loaded.
People just staring here.
They've got you squared away. Oh, yeah. And if you've got a Dallas Cowboy running back starting on your fantasy team, get ready. You're going to lose.
You should have set that money on fire.
You lose.
Javonte Williams, though. I keep forgetting that Javonte Williams is there. It's like, maybe it will come together.
Oh, boy.
Maybe this could be the year.
I think that most Cowboy fans are hoping that Jaden Blue is the guy that takes over pretty quickly. He needed the money.
That would be great.
Oh.
If Jaden Blue did that,
Did you draft Jaden Blue?
No.
Okay.
God, no. Drafting the Cowboys?
Yeah.
But,
Eagles are still favored, I think, by 7.5. Does that feel about right?
I mean, yeah, because they don't like to get too high with those.
CB is saying -8.5.
Oh, really? Yeah. 8.5 now?
That's what it just said.
Whoa.
On FanDuel, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. All right, because it started at 6.5, moved to 7.5, and that was post Micah Parsons.
I'm sure people jumped on.
And so now it's 8.5. Okay. Hey, so what are we thinking here? So 30-21. John Cena. So 30-21 that sounds pretty doable. I think the Eagles will win by over 8.5.
Do y'all think it's gonna be close? Like that close?
No, I don't. I really don't.
I mean, it's hard to say. The game's in Philly, right?
It's in Philly.
So that's
they're unveiling the banner tonight, and Sirianni's already said we ain't even going to be on the field for that. We're going to be locked in the in the locker room. We don't care about last year. It's
the first game too, and it takes a minute to sometimes be in tune and all that.
I
the
know
Cowboys have a home run threat.
They do.
So that's you gotta think about that.
CeeDee Lamb is who Dak's got to try to hope that it's one of those magical 1,500-yard season type things with him and 110 catches. That's about the only hope they've got, I think. I think that tight end play will come in solidly for the Cowboys. But I don't know if there's been enough made over the whole Schottenheimer thing. It's gotten lost in the Micah Parsons and what are they going to do and what does Dak feel about this? Is Dak Prescott ready? Is Brian Schottenheimer ready to be a freaking NFL head coach?
But he did something yesterday, right? Did he say something like, "Oh, we're just treating this like any other game. Eagles are just like everybody else." Something along those lines.
Okay.
And it's like, hey, shut up.
Yeah, this is a division game. Yeah. You can't treat this like any other game. Right, exactly. Brian, Jerry and Steven came up with a speech for you to give. Right.
I understand the, not hyping up a game, treat them like they're all the same. But it's not.
No.
you're trying to put that out to your team, but your team also knows that it's not. You know, it's Eagles-Cowboys is not a normal game.
It's not. This is a big game if it's in December. It's a big game if it's in September. It doesn't matter. These are two of the traditional rivalries. It's the defending Super Bowl champs.
It's truly one because, you know, I think in pro sports it gets kind of diluted a little bit, that rivalry stuff. But this is one of those, I mean, they hate each other. The cities hate each other. The fan bases hate each other. The teams hate each other.
There was $500 on Luis and Dejas getting taken out of the game. A kicker. You know, that's how much these teams hate each other.
And I think players from back in the 90s and that era, you know, they did take it more serious, this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I just believe that. You could hear Michael Irvin talking about the Eagles I think it was Michael Irvin, on the Netflix thing.
Yeah.
Yep. But it's not lost upon them what this game and you throw in the fact that it's the season opener, it's the Super Bowl champion that's unveiling the banner and all that. Like it's not just a normal game. Like even if how much you try to say that, it's just they see through that stuff. You know, we're going to treat this game just as if we were playing the Jaguars. You know, no, it's not.
No, it's not. And one of the things that's also kind of unique about this is if you remember last year, there was still a lot of talk about Jalen Hurts at the beginning of the season. Like, is he really the guy? Is he really one of these top quarterbacks that you can really count on? And Hurts put together a ridiculously successful year, extremely productive. There's not so much regression. That's one of those key phrases that people throw around with the NFL. Man, regression. Every team's going to go through the 15-win teams will regress. That quarterback's going to regress. It's not necessarily regression. It's just that the odds are back against you at some point. The breaks that you got the year before in the one-run, the one-score games, the injury luck you had, you're not going to get that every year. And so I think that it's been nice for the Eagles fans, for Jalen Hurts not to be questioned during the offseason. There hasn't been any controversy. There's no we can't get over the hump. They've done all that. But we all know that city, that franchise, as soon as there's a mistake, they're going to go crazy for maybe he's not the guy. I like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
I think he's a really good quarterback. And I think that his style, it's not Josh Allen, it's not Lamar Jackson, it's not Mahomes. It's kind of like what Dak was before he was injured.
Check out
those uniforms. Perfect.
The Cowboys uniforms too.
Oh yeah, those are the best looking Cowboy uniforms of all time.
Where it's not quite navy, but it's not quite royal.
It's a beautiful blue jersey, and their pants had a little bit of blue in them.
Yeah,
they were fantastic.
That's good.
They needed the money.
That's good. I like when the Cowboys wear the navy.
I do too, but
which they only do at Washington. Because I do love that Washington is dug in on. They're like, nope, you're wearing your navy when you come here.
Yep.
And did they wear it like one? Did they wear it at all at home? Like one game?
I don't
think they do. Because they have usually wear something different on Thanksgiving.
Don't they sometimes wear their white helmets on Thanksgiving?
Depends on what's going on. Because I know they brought back the 1976 stripe a couple of years ago with the red in it, which was cool. Yeah. And sometimes they'll wear the double star on the shoulder, like that kind of stuff. The white helmet is great for the Cowboys.
I agree.
Very nice.
They still look okay. We'll see if they play okay. 7:34 the time. We got an LSU update on the way. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas. Take the industrial exit off I-20 in Bossier. Go north, and you'll find it. Fuzzy's Taco Shop right next to another place that'll help you with the fuzziness.
I have to mention what this Division II athletic director did yesterday.
All right. We will do that when we come back.
You know, you were talking about the circle of trust.
Yeah.
If you're talking about fuzzies, I think the circle of tacos is just as important.
What's the circle of tacos, sir?
Some of the best tacos you'll ever
Sounds amazing. I'd like to know more about it, actually.
I'm thinking, okay, I like this idea. Are we talking about like
a big old platter?
Big platter of tacos from Fuzzy's Taco
And
Shop?
we need to get into that because his brother got into an argument with Flynn about hard shell and soft shell tacos. Matt Flynn believes if you're an adult, you should not be eating a hard-shell taco, and Jacob disagrees.
Who cares?
He thinks all
Why
you
would
should
that have
be-
anything to do with
Oh,
your
it was
adulthood?
hilarious listening to them go back and forth. It was like, you should only be eating soft tacos.
What does an adult have to do with that?
And then Jacob brought up ponchos in the old
Yeah.
days, and Matt Flynn started putting that down, and Jacob was like, no, we ain't doing that.
No, absolutely not.
We ain't putting down
That's
ponchos.
when Jacob needs to put Matt in a headlock and give him a nurple. And
But yeah, if you're an adult, a hard-shell taco you shouldn't be eating. And I didn't.
Matt's from Tyler, correct?
Right.
Yeah, and he kind
Okay.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Can we can't call him a Yankee, but that sounds like
He's a little bit more country.
They call it T-Town.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
from
Tyler's more country than we are here in Citified.
And then he
Shreveport.
kind of went at Jacob with he goes, yeah, well, we had ponchos, but we usually went to real Mexican restaurants.
No, they
Ooh,
didn't.
and you could hear
No, they
Jacob.
didn't, though.
You could just feel the meanness coming through. Jacob was like, okay, we ain't doing this. We're stopping this.
all my Texas brethren out there.
Yeah. I need a hard shell taco right now.
Yes.
Circle of tacos right now.
100%.
Yes.
100.
And go to Fuzzy's Taco Shop to get
I
them.
have more of an appreciation for hard shell tacos lately. When I go to Fuzzy's, I always get one. How does that make you more or less of an adult?
You know those two.
The adulthood things, though, are always like. Anytime I hear that, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
The adult police are out there. No. I am the adult police. This is not.
Right.
No.
Right. The fact that I had 2 snow cones yesterday. I'm kidding.
You have as many snow cones as
But
you
you know
want.
what? I could.
You're a tax-paying American. Who
I
cares?
am a taxpayer. Way too many taxes.
That's the
Oh
thing,
my
like-
God. I'm paying more taxes this year than Elon is.
I can imagine.
And I don't know if you've noticed this. I'm not Elon.
We're gonna get Bernie in here in a minute.
No. Haven't seen him in a while. 7:37 the time. We've got your LSU update on the way right after this. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. GBT is the great banking team, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr. like embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport Bossier better than ever before. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Roger Sampson, Adam Hester, broadcasting live here. Our show presented to you by Alsco.com. Restaurant needs, facility care, first aid, supplies, and so much more, including defibrillators. I still don't think I say that right. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. The Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour rocks on. We are T-minus 21 minutes. 21 minutes and 33 seconds from Fuzzy's Taco Shop opening. Whoop, whoop. Get you some. Want some? Get some. Fuzzy's Tacos for breakfast. Time now for your River Cities Lighting LSU update. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. They've got rugs, they've got wallpaper, they've got light fixtures for every occasion. You want outside lights? They got them. You want indoor lights? You want a new dining room light? You want a new kitchen light? You want something new in the bathroom that really, really makes that bathroom sing? They've got it for you. River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. Whoop, whoop. Toot, toot. So the LSU Tigers are going to be down a man in the receiver room for a little bit. Destin Hill, the Florida State transfer, suffered a hand injury that's going to require surgery. He had a plate put in his hand. That, I don't know if it was a paper plate or if it's fine china, but whatever it was, he's got a plate in his hand. Shouldn't miss that many days or weeks, though, to be honest, because it's his left hand, and I assume the plate's on the back of the hand. You know, they put a. Has anyone ever broken their palm before? Are there even any bones in your palm? Huh?
We don't have time for that.
I'm just feeling. I don't feel any bones in there. On the back of my hand, but I don't feel any bones in the front of my hand, a.k.a. the palm. Anywho, as far as your wide receiver snap counts last week, Xavion and Barryon got it done. Xavion Thomas, who, boy, he played pretty well.
Sure.
44 snaps. Barryon Brown, 37. Aaron Anderson, 35 snaps. This is from On3.com, the Bengal Tiger. Kyle Parker, 26. Chris Hilton Jr., 24. Nick Anderson, 24. And then Destin Hill only played 2 snaps before he got hurt. That's a pretty good grouping right there. You got 6 guys that all had 24 snaps or more against the number 4 team in the country, and they all seem to kind of do something positive. I think you'll see a little bit more of that this week as well. I think you'll probably see those at the lower end rise up, and who knows, maybe give Xavion. I wonder if they're trying to get the Xavion Barryon lather going, because it feels like those 2 guys are going to be some pretty significant playmakers. And why not get them a little used to the pay dirt situation? I think you'll see both those guys get extensive looks. But I also think you'll see those 24 snaps turn into about 28 to 30 snaps this time around. Because I guarantee you, Brian Kelly, Cortez Hankton, Joe Sloan, I know they want that wide receiver room to be deep. Now, they already know how talented it is, but they want a lot of guys and fresh guys because they're going to need them all in the fourth quarters down the road. That's your LSU update brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road. They've been around for about 13 years, bringing bright ideas to people every day. Courtney, Lori, Heather, come on! They're all right there. And, man, do they have the selection for you. Hester, before we take a timeout, you were bringing up a D2.
Yeah, this guy's the best.
All right.
So this is the athletic director at Tuskegee. They play Central State on Saturday.
Okay.
In a Facebook, this is on Football Scoop, in a Facebook post co-signed by head coach Aaron Jones, Tuskegee AD Reginald Ruffin told all the Golden Tiger football alumni that there would be no free tickets and no sideline passes, so the immortal words of Nick Saban, quit asking. It says, no free tickets. This is the actual post. And nope, I don't have any. So I'm grateful for all them text messages over the past few weeks. Yes, some were heartfelt, but most of you played for me and nothing has changed. Answer, still no free tickets. Former student athletes, no, you don't get in free or roam on the sidelines because you played here. Most of you don't even donate a $5 case of water or Powerade or period to your university, which you always point out to me. You're capitalized. Nope, there are no sideline passes, and I understand you like to look good for the cameras because it's a televised football game. No, sir, not happening. Ruffin then tried a couple different tactics to stop the apparent flood of freebie requests he and Jones have fielded of late. The first one is a legal one. Nope, you can't come from the tailgate RV area with cups of alcohol thinking you coming to the sidelines, but you won't be coming, but you really will be going. Yes, sir, you are going to jail if you do.
Holy moly.
Yes, I repeat, you are going to jail in all caps.
Wow.
The second was an appeal to safety. Also, please be careful for jumping over the fences or coming through the woods to get in for free. FYI, we have killed a few rattlesnakes, and I believe plenty more are out there. I'm protecting you from trying to get in free by any means necessary. Ruffin was evidently also fed up with being put on the spot by former players asking him to embellish their careers in order to look good in front of their children. Stop lying to your childrens about how great you were here. Don't come here thinking I'm going to lie for you. The answer is no, sir. It's okay to be the guy who gave his all but wasn't the guy. Like I've always said, everyone helped play a part in the success of this program. Reginald is tired of the nonsense.
And he's the Tuskegee.
The 80.
80 at Tuskegee.
Yes.
And they're playing
Central State.
Central State.
So I guess one of the
Central State's out of Ohio, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think so. But a huge HBCU matchup, and he has had enough.
Over your nonsense.
Dude, I love it. I wish that Scott Woodward would say the same thing at LSU. I would love every athletic director to say, hey, if you don't have to be on the sidelines, get out of here. God, I hate that stuff. Yeah. That is one of my pet peeves of the people who are just lingering on the sidelines that are there just for, look at me. I'm on the sidelines. There's people working over there.
I have a camera, sir, and you're in my way.
Wait a minute. Are you now the girl who got pushed by ESPN? What are you doing over here?
What are you even talking about?
Oh, I thought you were doing the...
Just very generic voice, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that was me, I guess.
I am trying to work. I am a journalist.
Relax. Relax, Woodward and Bernstein.
Hey, I've had to shove a tuba player out of the way before, so, you know.
You breaking a water gate over there? Calm down.
But if I don't get this third name shot, we'll never get it. Isn't the game being televised? Shut up. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They are open in 13 minutes. Whoop, whoop. And if you want to be a part of our NFL Survivor, now remember, you don't have to have your choices made by tonight unless you're taking the Eagles or the Cowboys. If you're waiting for Sunday's games for your Survivor, remember you get one loss, and you can never use the same team again. Once you're out, you're out. $500 minimum first prize. If you want the information, shoot us a text on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. We'll be back with the Tim Fletcher Show presented by Alsco with Ham, Bone, and Hester right after this.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester. Our show presented to you by Alsco Alsco.com. 318-636-0404. Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. Our little radio show also coming at you courtesy of Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers. MorrisDeWitt.com. That's DEWETT, bringing you our High School Player of the Week award. And, buddy, have they got a great trophy. Have they got an absolutely stunning piece of hardware for each and every week's winner. It's something else, and they're something else. Check out their 1,700-plus five-star Google reviews from their clientele. These are people who needed help, got the help they were looking for, and are eager to spread the good word about Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, and the entire crew at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, MorrisDeWitt.com. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent High School Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Benton Tigers, good old Stephen Dennis. What's up there, Stephen? How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're all right. Your young defense has now faced North DeSoto and Parkway in some pretty stern tests. So what kind of grade are you looking at for those fellows right now?
I'm really happy with how we played Friday. I mean, we had some things that we got to, get better at. I think that, we want to play with the good as great, better as possible mentality. And so, but I was really proud of Parkway's a very well-coached team, a very physical team, and I feel like that our level of physicality was right where it needed to be as a defense Friday night. And so got some things to clean up, need to tackle a little better in the open field, and some of our substitution. We had a couple substitution errors that, Parkway does a good job of getting their heavy package on and off the field. And so we got to clean that kind of stuff up. But that's why you play a jamboree is, to kind of see where you're at right before you go into the last, before it counts, and so it's going to count tomorrow. So
it's going to count in a big way as you, my friend, open your Benton Tiger head coaching experience, your first game. Does it feel different than the day before your last first game or last season opener at Huntington?
It really doesn't. I mean, and I know that sounds like coach speak, but it doesn't because kids are kids. No, I'm excited to be at Benton, but it's not my first opening week of the season as a head coach. I think maybe if I was a new head coach, it would, probably feel a little different. But, I coach great kids at Huntington, and I have the opportunity to coach great kids at Benton. The preparation processes are the same. You're probably more nervous, or I know that I am, is have I done enough as a coach to get them ready for the test? That's probably the biggest thing that I get nervous about, not about, being at a new school or being in a new situation, because at the end of the day, kids are kids. It's more of, has the staff and I done enough? Have we shown them enough? Have we prepped enough that when they go out there, we can look them in the face as coaches and know, hey, man, now you got to go execute. I did everything I could to get you ready, and now it's on you to go execute. And so those are probably the biggest things that I probably get, quote-unquote, nervous about more than the situation or who we're playing.
Stephen Dennis joining us, head coach of the Benton Tigers, part of our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation. Just visited with your counterpart tomorrow night, Austin Brown, last hour, and he said that they're giving up. They're not going to play. No, I'm kidding. He didn't say that at all. But he did say.
I know that there's a ton. I coached there for 6 years, and I know the pride in that community and in that program. And Coach Brown has he's done a great job, and I know that there's probably nobody has. I'm as proud of what they've done at Northwood after being there, but I know Coach Gatlin's proud, and there's a lot of pride. We know we're going to be in a war Friday night.
He mentioned that I was asking, hey, do you see a difference in the Benton Tigers that were on the field last year with Reynolds over these last couple of years and what you've seen with the scrimmage and jamboree with Steven? He goes, no, not really. He said, but you do know that they do have a certified bona fide number one RB. They said that number two of theirs is obvious an RB1. Quarterback is special, and they've got wide receivers. The one wide receiver you can tell runs track more speed than what they were used to seeing from the Benton Tigers. So, if you don't mind, number two, your RB1. What's so special about him?
He's just Greg Chambers. He'll be a senior. I really think he's a college running back. You know, I've just got to get these colleges to understand that. He's about 5'10", 200. I know, you know, it's funny when you ask about kids. You got to pull comparisons for somewhere, and he really does. He plays like Marshawn Lynch. You know, I mean, like he wants to run through your chest, and he's got good contact balance. You know, to be such a physical runner, and so he's just special. You know, and I saw. I mean, we had to defend him last year in district. He was first team all district, 1,000-yard rusher last year, and he's just come in this off season, put on about 10 pounds of muscle. I mean, the kid cleans over 250, and he's really special. And then you mentioned Malachi. I mean, everybody knows Malachi, and I think Malachi has done a very good job of keeping the main thing the main thing. And what I mean by that is, you know, managing all of the recruiting and still understanding that, hey, I'm also a 16 or 17-year-old kid who needs to be a good teammate and needs to be coachable. And I think that's probably when I tell people, you know, everything that you love about him as a player on the field, those qualities that I just mentioned, how much maturity, how much humility that it takes to be able to do that as a 17-year-old kid, it's not common. And I think that's probably the best things that I can brag about him is he's an even better person than he is a football player. And that you can see it in how he handles the attention, how he's handled the recruitment. He's special, and he's continuing to do that. And I'm thankful we get him for, you know, I get to coach him for 2 more years. You know, Greg's a senior, Malachi will be a junior. And then the last one that you mentioned that I think everybody's going to get real familiar with is Case Austin. You know, I mentioned he's one of the ones. He started at safety on defense last year. Case is 6'2", right under 200 pounds, cleans about 285 and runs a 10.8 in the 100. So he's about a 4.5 40. And so this is his first year playing receiver. He's literally played receiver since February. And he is, I mean, he probably had right under 100 yards receiving Friday night, but he had 2 or 3 drops that in 2 quarters he would have been over 100 yards and probably 2 touchdowns if he catches those balls. And so he's still growing in that, but he is going to be special at receiver. And he's got what you look for. You know, he's got the length, he's got the strength, and he's got the speed. And so, and he's learning how to really play receiver. You know, so I'm really kind of excited to see each week he's gonna learn more and he's gonna grow. And so hopefully by the end of the year we got that group of guys healthy and playing the best that they can as we're getting ready to play a week 11. That's the goal.
What's this game going to come down to, in your opinion, Stephen?
I think it's going to be whoever, you know, it makes more plays. You know, I know that they're a well-coached football team. There's a lot of pride. Those kids over there have been playing together. I think Coach Brown and his staff does an amazing job with culture. You can see it in their freshmen, their JV. Those kids enjoy playing with each other. And so I say that to say this is they're not going to, no matter what the scoreboard says, those kids are not going to quit playing. And neither are our kids. And so I think in a situation like that, what's on the scoreboard doesn't matter. It comes down to who's going to win more plays, who's going to win more snaps, who's going to execute better and make fewer mistakes. And I think the team that does that is probably going to be happy at the end of the night. And the team that doesn't is going to be looking at the film going, man, if we played these 2 or 3 plays or these 4 or 5 plays better, this game's probably different. And so what our goal is to go in the game and execute in all phases for 4 quarters of the game and to worry about winning the next snap. If we can win the next snap, that's the most important snap, we'll tally them up at the end. We're not going to worry about the tally. We're just going to try to win the next snap.
He's Stephen Dennis. He's got more energy than Rogers and I have combined. He's the new head coach at the Benton Tigers after doing such a bang-up job at Huntington. Now he's going to try to take these Benton Tigers to who knows what heights. But it all starts tomorrow night right there at your place. You get to stay at home.
Sir. It's our home game, first home game, yes, sir. Right here at Benton High, and excited. I will say this. I am very excited. You know, you asked about a minute ago, and it just hit me when you said that. So you can blame the ADD. That maybe that's the source of the energy. Maybe that's the secret source. I'm very excited for my first game on a Benton sideline. Like we had a scrimmage But a Friday night in Benton, I'm ready for what it feels like to be on that home sideline. You know, I've been there and a visitor. I'm very excited because it really is. I have a lot of friends in the coaching community, a lot of friends that I've made a lot of friends from the guys, you know, Coach Carraway, Coach Plunkett, Coach Downey, Coach Wayne Scott, you know, these guys that have been here for a long time in the history of this program. And I'm excited to feel what they talk about, of what it feels like to be on a home sideline of Benton on Friday night.
Well, it's going to happen, buddy. Of course, the field named a few years ago for two former great coaches, Charles Hoss Newman and Dwayne Mason. I got to know Coach Mason for a number of years. Was a great man, and I know that there's a lot of pride up there in Benton as they get after it on Newman Mason Field at Tiger Stadium tomorrow night to take on the Northwood Falcons. What a great way to kick off the season. Stephen Dennis, best of luck to your boys. Hope they all come out of it healthy. Always enjoyed catching up with you, buddy.
Thank y'all. I got to get back to fine-tune Thursday.
There we go. All right.
All right, bye.
Fine-tune Thursday. Ooh. Oh, they're probably out there practicing, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, their first block.
Yeah. That wraps up our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation for that hour, and it also wraps up our Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. Fuzzy's is now open. You can get breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, chorizo, egg, potato, and cheese, bacon, potato, and egg, or just bacon and egg, or just chorizo and potato. Whatever you want, they've got it for you. Whatever shell you want. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Fuzzy's is ready for your breakfast cravings. We'll be back with the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes and the SEC update right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. GBT is the great banking team, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Over here in our little Tim Fletcher Show corner of the world, we are so appreciative of the fine folks over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, shining the spotlight on local athletes with our Player of the Week throughout the school year. Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. Can't even see him. And Adam Hester, which, looking at the screen, you can't see him either. He is behind the Spell Brothers Lumber. He's got his hands on the Brewer Home Center sign. My giant 5-head is just below the Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyer and Skent-N-Dent sign. Got River Cities lighting up there, Mudbugs Hockey, Live Oak Environmental, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, GBT, Chevyland, Landers, uniforms from Alsco, Goodwill, Sports Cards of Louisiana, Bowman Asphalt, Honey Baked Ham, Rejuvamine Medical. They're everywhere, man. Boy, that Sports Cards of Louisiana is a fun place. Your local card shop right there on North Market, where Brookshire's is, north of I-220. It's on the north side of Brookshire's. Sports Cards of Louisiana. They have Magic the Gathering nights. They've got Pokemon Go nights on, I think Friday nights are the Magic the Gathering nights.
I have no idea.
And they have everything you could ever possibly hope to see when there's a new product coming out from Topps or Panini or Upper Deck. They are your local card shop. They're the ones you were going to get the hobby boxes, the jumbo boxes. They even have some blaster packs. They have some hangers and all that good stuff. They've got your supplies to make sure you take care of that card collection. Don't forget your sleeves. Don't forget your top loaders and all that good stuff, and storage boxes and books to put them in and sleeves and all that. They're really good people, and they are doing a really nice job. If you are in the hobby or want to get into the hobby, you used to be in it, what better way than to jump into it at Sports Cards of Louisiana right there on North Market on the north side of Brookshire's in that same building, but on the north side on North Market Street. Your local card shop is Sports Cards of Louisiana. Time now for an SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris, I tell you what, that son of a gun, he is something else. I remember watching Bo play back in his day. I do remember Bo playing back in his day. I remember Bo Harris as a Cincinnati Bengal. I didn't know who the heck LSU was. I was only an Arkansas Razorback guy, as a kid. And Arkansas didn't play LSU, so it was like, I don't know LSU. But Cincinnati Bengals? Oh, yeah. One thing I've never forgiven Bo for, intercepted Joe Ferguson. One-handed interception against Joe Ferguson and the Buffalo Bills, by the way. Two Shreveport boys going head-to-head back in those days. Shreve versus Woodlawn, Hester. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. Hey, things are going great at Alabama. Nothing to see here. Everything's fine. You got Pee Wee and Legend calling for get out of town. And now you've even got the Athletic jumping in on it with Seth Emerson, noted writer. His lead sentence in his column today, Kalen DeBoer always seemed to be an odd fit. No ties to Bama, not part of the Saban coaching tree. Hot name. And Alabama hiring him was a basketball-like move. Go get the guy who just did the best in the NCAA tournament, or in this case, the college football playoff. And so Paul Feinbaum has already said Saban should immediately unretire and take his old job back. Joe Goodman of AL.com said Alabama should get it over with and fire Kalen DeBoer. A.J. McCarron said they don't have enough players from Alabama on the roster.
What? Does that matter?
And that Alabama is spending less than $20 million in name, image, likeness money.
This is what we're not going to complain about.
Yep. Alabama has lost 5 of its last 10 games. And UL Monroe's going to make it 6 out of their last 11.
I love that Rodgers gets so much pleasure from that.
I do too. It's fantastic. On3.com has an article this morning, guys. Early in Kalen DeBoer's tenure at Alabama, power brokers and boosters are growing concern. This is Andy Staples and Chris Lowe. Again, 2 guys, Rodgers, that have been doing this for a long time. Whew. DEFCON 4 escalates to DEFCON 3 among the fan base following the Crimson Tide's listless 31-17 season opening loss. Ooh. Genuine concern, not the embellished type, among Alabama power brokers and boosters about what they've seen, or more accurately, what they haven't seen from the Crimson Tide under DeBoer. As one longtime Alabama donor, and not just any donor, but the kind who has their portrait hanging in the Donor Hall of Recognition at Bryant-Denny Stadium, told On3.com, we're spoiled, always have been, but when we put a team out there that looks uninspired like we have far too many times these last 2 years and lose to teams that we are clearly more talented than, that's when it becomes a problem and not just a bunch of spoiled fans griping. Roll Tide. Good luck. We're all counting on you to keep sinking further and further and further behind the front runners on the SEC. Please let UL Monroe. Come on, Warhawks. Stay with them. Stay with them. Make sure that the folks that we get some surrender Cobras in the third quarter on a long touchdown run from UL Monroe that turns a 3-touchdown lead into a 13-point lead or whatever. And, oh, my, UL Monroe has recovered the onside kick. There's 9 minutes to go, and UL Monroe's driving. They are now within one score. It's 27-21. There's still 6 minutes to go in the game. Kalen DeBoer is now tied to a stake in the middle of the field. They're calling him a witch. Burn him. Burn him. Burn him. And that's your SEC update. It ends with us calling for Kalen DeBoer to be burned at the stake like a witch. Sorry, Bo. Got a little carried away there, yeah. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you and help your present self take care of your future self. You have those financial worries that make you jolt wide awake at 2 in the morning. Well, that's what a certified professional financial advisor is here to help calm down. And you get that with Bo Harris. BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101, 223 Fannin, downtown Shreveport.
Cheapest hot dog price
Oh.
in the NFL.
Oh, good gosh.
Look at that. $8.99 seems kind of reasonable.
Beer prices aren't bad at some of these places.
Yeah. Now, the Falcons do a great job with those cheap concessions, but if you see the picture of it, I'll go with the $8.99 one.
Yeah.
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 What you do when you go to the Seahawks game is you get the Seattle dog outside the stadium on the cart. And you get the legit thing, and you don't have to go pay the prices when you get in the stadium.
U.S. Navy is an on-field sponsor at Alabama. Should be U.S. Navy submarines as fast as they're submerging. From the Live Oak Environmental text line, and Jason. Warhawk win equal platter of fuzzy tacos and a case of Bud Red for Rogers via War Eagle. A circle of tacos, sir. We want a circle of tacos.
Trust, baby.
The circle of trust. Hester?
Yep.
There's some alarming news in the uniform front.
What happened?
In the college football uniform front. We'll tell you about that when we come back. And it also involves a team maybe 4.5 hours south of here. Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Penn State switching to Adidas.
I know. That's what we're getting at. That's what we're hitting at.
No.
There's more of that coming.
No.
Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. The Brew Crew, where beautiful manufactured homes are being absolutely shipped off the lot and to home sites all over the Arklatex today, because people are finding the great values they'll find at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Thanks as well to our friends at Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. The numero uno Chevy dealership in the area. One of the top 250 Chevy dealerships in the country. And it's truck month in September. You can get you one of them 2025 Silverados. Oh, buddy. How about right now you get a 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab for 2.9% financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial. Truck month. Oh, buddy. If that doesn't get your blood curdling for a big old Chevy Silverado truck, come on. Get $6,000 off MSRP on some of those Chevy Silverado 2500s. Come on. Come on, Rogers. Throw it to a break. I dare you. Throw it to a break. Come on, Rogers. Chevyland.com. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Together, let's drive.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does,
Okay.
because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222. CommunityRenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
Football season is here, but pigskins aren't the only things flying through the air. Rocks, chunks of concrete, pieces of the road, parts of the interstate, they all fly up and spin around in the air, and as luck may have it, one of those rocks, pieces of concrete, part of the road could very well find your windshield this year, and that is not the touchdown we're looking for, but if that happens, remember the name, Glass Squatch. Service so good you won't believe it's real. Glass Squatch, with over 20 years experience, free estimates, they work on all makes and models using top quality tools to complete the job with no trace behind after completing repairs. Call Glass Squatch Mobile Windshield Service, 318-82-GLASS, 318-82 Glass, 318-824-5277. Touchdown of the good kind.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? What's up? That's awesome, man. Hey, I'm looking here. I'm doing some math, Rogers.
Yep. All right, welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to floor, wet mops and floor mats.
Yeah.
Power hour.
Eagle noise.
And don't forget, Peacemaker's mascot is his sidekick is Eagly.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know that until last time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. The Brew Crew, Donnie Brewer, everything he touches turns to soul. Our show presented to you by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. I hope that green van / box truck is headed your way for a regular visit to pick up the linens, tablecloths, uniforms. They'll bring them right back here to their place right over here by the airport, and they'll take care of them with their hard-working crew. And they are hard-working, but, man, they have a good time. They're good people. Alsco.com. Hester, you hit the nail on the head. There's some uniform stuff going on.
Yep.
And it's a big deal.
Sure.
Not just because of the outfits they're wearing,
Right.
but the dollar signs associated with it.
Big time.
Penn State is switching to Adidas. Tennessee has switched
They're
to
going
Adidas.
back to Adidas.
Right.
They were Adidas
They were Adidas during Peyton's
for
time.
the end of Peyton's time and T. Martin and all that.
And, in addition to it being significant because, back in the old days, you would get, hey, you get all the free stuff, they're a supplier for all your athletic teams. And they also provided probably a little cash to the coaches, the head coach, and maybe a little extra to the program, like, $500,000 cash for the program to use, yada, yada, yada. That ain't the case anymore, Adam.
No.
Adidas deal with Tennessee is basically a chunk of the $100 million that Adidas is giving to Tennessee is directly tied to name, image, likeness.
Oh, yeah.
The Vols are expected to get between $15 to $20 million annually for name, image, likeness from Adidas, in addition to all their gear. $15 to $20 million a year to be used for name, image, likeness. And Penn State is making the same move. They have been a Nike school since 1993. And according to insiders, the deal will include a significant name, image, likeness component that could mirror Tennessee's deal or exceed it. So at least $15 or $20 million for name, image, likeness per year for Penn State and Tennessee. They're already getting $20 million from the institutions.
Right.
They already are all doing their own name, image, likeness through other avenues, through the collectives, for another $20 to $25 million. And now they're going to get $15 to $20 million more from Adidas. So Penn State and Tennessee, for instance, are going to be able to use almost $60 million, $65 million for payroll for their football programs. Yep. And guess whose contract comes up this year?
Who's that, Tim?
That would be the LSU Tigers.
Now, granted,
and USC, LSU and USC have apparel deals that are about to expire.
Number one, Adidas makes horrible uniforms.
They're the worst.
Just like to point that out. There was a time where they were okay. That has long since passed. Terrible.
They were not ever great.
No. Terrible uniforms.
Nike is the best.
Absolutely.
I mean, not even close.
Nope. Not even close. Anytime Adidas tries like an alternate uniform, it's
hideous.
Terrible immediately. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Please don't do this to yourself.
They can't screw up Penn State. All it's going to do is put the three stripes where the Nike swoosh is.
I would like you to go and do a Google search of what they did to Michigan, Tim.
Oh.
And maybe think about that for a second. Now, whether or not Michigan said, sure, you can do some things, right? Like, maybe do something different with the away jersey. That's fine. Or, we'll wear a specialty one-off. They were all terrible. Like really bad. So you say that, but there is that possibility that exists. Nike can't sit back and allow this to happen. But if you look at the roster of Adidas schools, Adidas needed to do something.
Yeah, they did.
Because the roster has dwindled a bit of who they supply. Nike gained somebody from Adidas semi-recently, right?
Was it Wisconsin?
I'll have to look it up.
NC State? NC?
No, somebody good.
If I'm LSU, I'm like, okay. So Adidas, they're probably not going to be an Adidas school because Adidas that's a lot of money to tie up into just two programs. And I know that Adidas is a money-making entity, don't get me wrong, but Nike is going to be Oregon and Oregon State forever.
Yes.
It's never going to change, or Jumpman or whatever.
You'll get those occasions. Yeah, some of those schools do have Jumpman, but
didn't North Carolina switch from Jumpman back to something?
Why would they switch away from that? Of all people.
Somebody switched from Jumpman to something the other day. Or not the other day, but like
Oklahoma wears it. Michigan wears it. Florida wears it. Was Florida the one?
I'm not sure. But if, again, Scott Woodward, who probably has a better grasp of this than we do, you got to try to get at least $15 to $20 million from Nike or, God, Under Armour. Oh,
Under Armour does. Who do they even? Texas Tech. That's who it was.
Texas Tech.
Texas Tech is going to Nike from Under Armour.
Okay.
I guess after this year.
Does Under Armour still do Maryland?
Yeah, that's their Oregon.
Yeah.
They don't have a choice there.
So this is a big deal. You know why this is another big why? In addition to just the amount of money, obviously. But Hester, the thing that you harp on, and I agree with you, it's got to stop somewhere.
Yep.
The turnip has no more blood in it. And by doing something like this, you don't have to go back to the donors as much.
Nope.
If you
they're finding every way they can.
If they can get $20 million from Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, Rawlings, pro-choice, whomever, Keds, Pony, whoever wants to get into the jersey making business.
Texas Tech switched to Adidas.
They went from Under Armour to Adidas. So they're
that was effective last year. I didn't even realize that.
That's 15 or 20 million that you don't have to go to.
And also Patrick Mahomes is an Adidas.
Oh, well,
so
that's
somebody switched to Nike though. I figured out who it was.
So just kind of that's if you want your team to stay competitive, you're going to see Navy advertisements on the field, Walmart, Tyson, C Spire, whatever. And I don't know do we know if LSU South Carolina went?
They're switching. Remember, they were one of the core Under Armour, like the first ones.
And they're switching
They're switching to Nike. And then Auburn became official this year, switching from Under Armour to Nike. South Carolina next year, Under Armour to Nike. So now Auburn and South Carolina are on the Nike bandwagon, meaning Under Armour's got some money that they're not giving to those two schools anymore.
So if you're LSU, do you sacrifice the look for the bag? If Under Armour comes to LSU and says, hey, here's $30 million a year for NIL, do you have to swallow your pride and go, good gosh, give us the ugly stuff, but we got to put together?
Nike also picked up Notre Dame, didn't they?
Yeah, I think so. And let's not forget, kids will choose colleges based on uniforms and who's the supplier.
Absolutely.
LSU's got to hold out for Nike and more money from Nike. It's to stay with Nike or Jumpman.
Yeah.
Those are the best looking. They've got the most money. The most prestige is tied to those brands, I think, in college sports. And if I'm LSU, I'm like, hey, make us your preeminent program. You want to use us in all your ads? Knock yourself out. Give us $20 million bucks, and we'll call it a day.
I'm not trying to be a jerk, but the preeminent program.
Oh, it's Texas,
the capital of Texas.
Yeah. But if you could get Texas,
Under Armour, by the way, when that came up a few years ago, I forget what year it was. It's been a couple of years now. Under Armour moved an office into Austin, Texas. They literally had, for like a year, they had people. Now, this is the precursor to all this stuff, but people could see it coming.
This is post-NIL starting, though, right? Or
right at the beginning or right before. Under Armour put an office in Austin for a year to try and sway Texas. And it was going to be one of those deals where they paid way too much to try to get them in, because if I get them, I can get others, kind of thing. And I think in the end, Kevin Durant made a phone call to Del Conte and was like, what are we doing? What are we talking about here? I think that's literally what was kind of the, Katie's right. Let's not do this.
Yeah.
This is a terrible idea.
And that's what I'm hoping LSU is able to avoid as well.
I think that cost some people at Under Armour like their jobs because they didn't get that.
Wow.
Like it was a bad deal for them.
Somebody, though, is going to end up as an Under Armour school.
For sure, because they got
It could be Ole Miss. It could be Arkansas. It could be Missouri. One of those tiers that's below the Georgia, LSU, Texas.
Why wouldn't you try to get 2 or 3 of the mid-tier SEC schools?
I would be all I would be all over Ole Miss as long as Lane is there. That would probably be one of my top targets if I were Under Armour.
There's an article from the summer. It says Auburn became the 49th Power 4 athletic department to be sponsored by Nike. Of the 68 Power 4 football programs, including independent Notre Dame, 72% are partnered with Nike for 25-26. There are also 5 programs that rep Jordan, which falls under the Nike umbrella. Adidas, Under Armour, and New Balance combined to make up the other lowly 28%. Adidas leading that trio at 17.6%. Adidas just lost Rutgers to Nike as Nike gained 2 new schools this year. This is before the South Carolina announcement. That put Adidas at 12 partnered Power 4 schools. Next is Under Armour with 6, and the Boston-based New Balance with just 1, thanks to Boston College. So that's before the Penn State thing. That's before the Tennessee thing. That's before South Carolina. So that changes some.
And Texas Tech?
And Texas Tech, yeah. Well, Texas Tech was last year, apparently.
That's right. That's right.
Which I had no idea.
So, and this is the kind of stuff we have to keep up with now. Because it's
Wisconsin expires in
roster.
It mentions here, Wisconsin expires in 2026. The only SEC school left was South Carolina, so that's now changed. Mississippi State and A&M, both Adidas, would be the only non-Nike schools left in the SEC. Oklahoma and Florida are partnered with Jordan.
Well,
That's something to really keep an eye on. Please, LSU, don't do this to yourself.
No. Nobody wants that.
No.
You
USC either. USC.
No, right.
Needs to
You
stay.
got classic looks.
Right.
Let's keep them that way.
Let's not mess with that.
8:30 the time. We're in the middle of the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. I have had so many people that just coming up in casual conversation, chasing aces. So have you been out there, Fletcher? Yeah, I've been out there several times. Dude, we went out there for the first time. We were there for 4 hours, and we could have been there for another 3. I'm like, I know. Talked to some boys yesterday that said, you know what people don't understand? I said, what's that? The food is really good out there. I'm like, yeah, it's very good. Rogers at our fantasy draft the other night, I got some fried pickles. Hester was sitting next to me, and I said, I want to give me some fried pickles, I think. Hester said, I said, would you eat a couple of them? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm okay. I looked over there. Half of them went to his belly. You know, I'm sitting there trying to decipher what the heck I'm going to do with my championship fantasy football team. I'm eating my hickory burger there. It's got the barbecue sauce all over it. Smash burger. It's this big. It's got onion rings. Just awesome. Fries, awesome. Dipping them in the ranch. And I reached in for another fried pickle, and I was like, where the hell did they go? And Hester was gone. He was up and moving around. There went my fried pickles. So not only at Chasing Aces do you have incredible fun things to do. Remember, after the games tomorrow night, they have got the closest to the hole contest on hole number 1. You can sign up for it, opt in to the 18-hole experience there. Cash, money, records. Win you some money and also help out local charities as well. ChasingAces.golf. After the games tomorrow night, head out to Chasing Aces. For the games on Saturday and Sunday, head out to Chasing Aces. Imagine having your crew out there in a driving bay, busting golf balls all over the place, playing the games in the driving bays while having the game on that you want to watch right there in your driving bay. You can do that at ChasingAces.golf. Good stuff, great stuff, incredible entertainment. ChasingAces.golf, right next to Margaritaville in Bossier City. We've got your LSU update. Following that, our Skent-N-Dent conversations continue with Mansfield head coach Darrell Barbay. Right after this. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about Summer Rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
You know, Roger, some people say I'm a ham.
Oh, a big old ham.
Oh, thank you, sir. When it comes to big old hams, you and I know there's really only one place to go.
Big old honey baked ham.
You got that right. Honey baked ham, whether it's July 4th, whether it's Labor Day, whether it's Thursday. I'll take a ham from Honey Baked Ham.
Honey, please get me a honey baked ham.
Southfield Shopping Center in Shreveport.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Good morning, everyone. It's 8:35. It's a beautiful Thursday. It's a football Thursday. We've got season opening games in high school, season opening game, of course, in the NFL. Huntington is at West Monroe tonight. Evangel is at Neville. Cowboys are at Philadelphia. It's here, buddy. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Donnie Brewer, every single thing the dude touches turns to sold. That includes all those magnificent manufactured homes that have so much packed into them, whether it's the accoutrement, whether it's the incredible gallery kitchens or the amazing master suites that have garden tubs and showers built for four. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Time now for your LSU update. Coming at you courtesy of River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, rivercitieslighting.com, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. They've got your light fixtures for every single stinking need you could ever possibly imagine for every room, any room, plus outside. rivercitieslighting.com. So the film study of the LSU Tigers ran the ball pretty well. You know, Caden Durham, Xavier Thomas had some big runs early on. Of course, Braylon Moore was named the Offensive Lineman of the Week. And, buddy, there's a play here they're showing on the Skycast. Hester, this is just beautiful. Look at this. Seal blocks from the offense. Look at those guys. Watch your right guard and right tackle on this play. As for whatever reason it's slowing down. Just, that works. Because it's weird. They let the lineman kind of cross their face and pursue, and then it was a planned cutback. And then by the time you look up, all five LSU linemen are on the left side of the hash, and you got Caden Durham just cutting back with really no one there except for a safety. It's a 9-yard gain.
No, when you can create those cutback lanes like that, that's a problem for the opposition.
It is, and they had some boys that hit the hole pretty quick the other night. Braylon Moore seems to be the real deal. Apparently, if you're a starter at Virginia Tech for 3 years, you know, in all conference, that kind of carries some weight.
That helps.
And he knew what he was doing. He made Clemson's, you know, highly decorated front four kind of look pedestrian. Tyree Adams did a pretty good job. Weston Davis held his own. Paul Mabinga has some work to do. It'll be interesting because they're facing up. I don't think Louisiana Tech's going to beat LSU. I'm not thinking that. But Louisiana Tech's defense is good, and they've got experience. And we talked to Sonny about it on Tuesday. Those linebackers that Tech brings to the table are very, very good. Mm-hmm. Coach Olson said he wouldn't trade him for any linebackers in the country. And we'll see. They'll have an opportunity to make a name for themselves Saturday night, 6:30, LSU and Tech, right here on 1130 The Tiger. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River Cities Lighting, where light fixtures are a plenty, thousands to choose from. Our little radio show provided to you by Outsco.com, 318-636-0404. We turn our attention now to the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for another Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. This time with Mansfield head coach Darrell Barbay. Good morning, Coach Barbay. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you today?
I am A-OK, sir. You know, you move the ball against a solid Gina squad in the scrimmage. Every coach wants progress from one week to the next. So did you get that progress you hoped for in the Jamboree?
I think so. when you kind of look back at, we were able to move the ball. We moved the ball against Logansport. We were able to score, and then I thought we moved the ball against North Dakota. And nobody's playing what they would play in a game, because you're probably trying to hold some things back and doing that kind of stuff. I was really pleased. We came out of the jamboree, really, feeling like we got better. And it wasn't just because we played better. I thought we practiced better. And that's what I told our kids. We played better this week, but that's due to the way we operate. And I was really pleased with the way we moved the ball. We were able to throw, be able to play catch. And, we did some good things. So I was really excited, and I know our kids were.
Darrell Barbay, head coach of Mansfield, here with us. And, you bring up the fact that not only did you play better, you practice better, getting better, how you operate. It's those little things where it comes in kind of small increments, doesn't it, Coach?
Oh, it's the little things. I talk to our freshmen all the time. It's about doing the laundry right. It's about getting dressed right. It's about putting the right clothes on, putting the right shoes on, not trying to be, individual. So there's a lot of little things that go to making a good team, and just you got to be able to do those type of things, practicing the right way, having the same routine. And, kids are creatures of habit, and so are people. Routine's always good. And, when you have the same routine, when you're doing the same things all the time and stuff, that's the way you get better. And I really thought this past week we got better from that. And, I was really pleased, and I know our kids were.
Once again, Coach, the Logansport, North DeSoto thing, you were able to put some points on the board in both of those. And so that seems like kind of a sign of progress, because it feels like that defenses are ahead of the offenses early in the scrimmage and jamborees, and to get some points on the board in some limited time, that's got to be promising for you. Did you get a glimpse of what you want your team to look like in these games? I mean, did they actually, at one point, did you say, hey, if this were a real game, I'd be pretty happy with what we're doing right now?
Well, when you play teams like that, they're good. I mean, I don't care what like North DeSoto, it doesn't matter if they knew what you were doing or not. Those guys can run and tackle. That's a big 4A school. I mean, they play good football there. And we were able to block. We were able to block them, and, we were able to move the ball. And, we haven't been able to do that in the last few years. And they've not gotten worse. I think we've gotten a little better. And, just our program we've got where we can match up with people and we can do some things. But, we were able to throw the ball some when we needed to. We were able, it's always, throwing's fun. I always tell them, hey, I love to throw. You got to be able to protect. No one wants to get the quarterback killed. And I really thought we were able to protect pretty good, and we had some skilled kids we could get the ball and stuff. So I was really proud of it. We were able to run some when we needed to. We got a little quarterback that has some real he can run, he can throw. He's got some ability. So we're really excited about that. So I don't know. It's, a lot of people, were excited after the game, but I think we're going in the right direction. We've got some kids that, hey, they work hard and they're making plays.
Taking on a Minden squad that sure feels like that they've got a pretty good hand on what's going on out there, and I think there's some excitement at Spencer Hurd's camp for what they're building at Minden. They had a nice year last year, good rebound from the year before, and it feels like that they're kind of on the way up. They've got a young quarterback as well that they feel pretty confident in. Just kind of curious what you see when you look at Minden on film.
Well, they compared to us, they look like an SEC team. They look big to me, but they were big last year. I think they are really, really big. They've got some good-looking linemen. They're way bigger than us. Physically, they're bigger. They've got some skilled kids that run around good and stuff. I know they beat Halton in that first scrimmage, or it looked like they did on film. Now, I thought Painesville and Homer got after them pretty good. It was a good little scrimmage. And but I'll say this, I mean, they got kids, they play hard, they're big, and they can run. They got skilled kids. I mean, last year was a really good ball game. Last year I was kind of just, hoping to kind of keep it close, and it was really close because we had a chance to win it in overtime.
Mm-hmm. It was one of the best games of the opening weekend. A 34-33 thriller.
Yeah, it was. We kind of went for the win at the end, and I'd do it again too because they're a good ball club, and I don't know. I mean, I really think they're a good ball club. They're a lot bigger than us, and it'll be a good challenge. And like I told our kids, no one really expects us to win, but I really, if we go in and, I told them, I said, you don't go in and turn the ball over. Anything happens in the first week. Anything can happen. And, you don't know if somebody's going to turn it over once or twice. You don't, I mean, you look at those college games the other day, and I mean, y'all know I'm a big Alabama fan. I'm about ready to, storm the fort over there. Turnovers, don't execute. LSU look like gangbusters. That's the best defense I've seen them have in probably 6 years. And, anything can happen at the beginning of the season. So we've had a good week of work, but, I mean, they're going to be good just because they're bigger. They're a bigger school, and they got a lot of kids. And one thing that kind of scares me going into it is just kind of cramping. When you don't have as many kids, and when you're playing bigger schools, we're probably going to be okay. But when the fourth quarter gets there, and it's kind of late, you've been sweating. I don't care how good a shape you're in. When you lose fluids, you lose fluids. It doesn't matter. Unless you're getting an IV at halftime, like they used to do in Texas. You lose fluids, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. You can't put them back in fast enough. And, I kind of worry about us maybe cramping a little bit, but, hopefully they'll cramp a little too. And, but I'm excited about the game. I really am. And I just want to see our kids perform at the level I think they can.
He's Darrell Barbay, the head coach of the Mansfield Wolverines. They take on Mansfield alum Spencer Hurd and the Minden Crimson Tide in the pit in what was a great game last year to lift the whole season. Looking forward to another one, to be honest with you, because it feels like both these programs have just kind of made steady progress over the years, especially, Coach, hear nothing but good things at Mansfield and what you guys have been doing there in the 3 years prior and what you've got going on there. It is quite commendable, and I don't think you're looking for anyone to blow sunshine up your shorts, but when you see it happening before your very eyes and it's at a small community that's got a lot of history, it's just good to see. And I think a lot of folks are excited for the fact that Mansfield, like a lot of those DeSoto Parish schools, man, doing a really nice job. So congratulations to you and your staff and the kids for getting it done.
Hey, thank you so much. Y'all have a great weekend, okay?
You too, Darrell. Darrell Barbay, head coach of the Mansfield Wolverines. That's part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Skent-N-Dent. It's Skent-N-Dent, and I helped. It's vast. Hester, when I tell you how big this place is, I went and visited Devon and Ranch yesterday, and the grandfather was there. Just amazing. They got furniture, like mattresses. They've got a bathtub. They've got dining room tables. They've got recliners. So they're not just appliances, but again, for the life of me, you know how wealthy people stay wealthy, Raj? Charles Barkley said this when I was doing a radio show over on Alexander for another radio station next to Centenary's Gold Dome. And I was board op for Brando. And he was absent that day. Imagine that. And so I had to do his show, and his guest was Charles Barkley. And so I had Barkley on with me. And I asked him, when's the last time he paid for a steak or paid for a car? He goes, that's the one thing I've discovered. So when I was poor, I had to pay the sticker price for everything. Rich people don't got to pay for nothing. So that's how you stay rich. They keep giving me stuff. And I was like, I think he's right. But again, if you've got the money to go spend $8,000 on a refrigerator, wouldn't it stand to reason that if you can get that same refrigerator for about $3,500 that's got everything that $7,000, $8,000 refrigerator has, but it's got a thumb kind of size thumb tip dent on the handle. That's all that's wrong with this thing. It comes with the same manufacturer's warranty. You can buy the extended warranty for up to 5 years with these products. It's Skent-N-Dent. And if something happens, guess what? The warranty company will write you a check for the price that you paid for the stinking appliance. And oh, by the way, they will deliver and set it up for you as well for a fee. So whatever your conception of what Skent-N-Dent is, you owe it to yourself. If you have an appliance need, why wouldn't you save up to 50% for something that may have a scratch on it? It's dumb. I mean,
What is you, ignorant?
What is you, ignorant? Go on, take it. Take it. Skent-N-Dent.
Billy Ray Valentine.
814, Shreveport, Barksdale.
I did.
And we'll be back with more. I started getting sweaty there. I was getting so worked up. And it's also 98 degrees in here. Backstreet Boys are back.
Oh, no,
Boom.
that's not the line.
No, it's not.
Backstreet Boys,
Boys are back, yeah. That's the way I sing it.
Backstreet Boys are back.
Backstreet Boys are back. And we'll be back right after this.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Log on and check out these great deals where your dollars go further and you can cash in and save at El Mariachi. Authentic Tex-Mex flavor that makes your mouth water. Sharks of Bossier for the best fried fish or chicken in town. Tropical Smoothie Cafe to dive into refreshing smoothies and scrumptious meals for lunch or dinner. Sobo Cafe, your Benton coffee spot with made-from-scratch sweets and sandwiches too. Just log on to seizethedeal.com/report to get yours today.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
We're probably better looking than him now.
We're not.
Huh? No?
Nope.
Oh.
We are not better than him in any way, actually. He has a much better resume than we do.
We're talking about Dwayne The Rock
Yeah.
Johnson, who looks like Al Roker now.
Maybe, I don't know that
Lost
I
a
would
little
go.
too much weight.
Giorgio Armani has passed away just now.
Oh, man. Rogers is wearing Armani today.
91.
91. That's a good run. It's a good run.
Speaking of people who look way better than we do, Eddie's 91. Really nice looking picture right there at 91.
91. Yeah, he does look better than me.
So pour one out for Giorgio Armani.
Giorgio Armani. You ever had any Armani clothing
No.
there, Hester?
No.
Rod, you ever had anything Armani? I have not. I don't think so either. The closest I came is Armani Larry, like saying his name. Armani. Yeah.
There was that.
There was that.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
Baseball is officially in its please keep liking us stage. Please don't stop watching.
It's got pennant chase.
There's a
coverage
pennant
going on.
race going on. We promise. Please keep watching.
Mm-hmm. The Astros took a step forward yesterday, Raj. They actually got a win on the day the Mariners got a loss.
It has to happen at some point.
Every now and then.
The Mariners are the Mariners again.
Right. So the Astros now are up by 4 over Seattle, right?
Yeah, it's over with.
It's going to be tough to kind of.
Yeah, the Mariners have nothing in them to come back from things like this. It's just not in their DNA to do so. So they have to hope they hold on to the wild card because it's not going to happen otherwise.
Rough loss for the Cubbies yesterday. They had the lead the whole time, and the Braves ended up winning. So that didn't help. But the Cubs are in fine shape in the wild card. There is some pretty good races for the wild card. Teams that are still within 3.5, 4.5 games of the wild card with, 25, 28 games to go? Mm-hmm. It'll be fun. I still watched baseball last night, and then I started watching Peacemaker.
See, even you turned away to watch DC Comics programming, not even football.
Is DC Comics the Under Armour of the...
No, you can't say that because there's really only 2, and they have Batman and Superman. So like they don't have the group stuff figured out.
Yeah,
they've tried the Justice League movie. They've hit a lot of reset buttons as to where Marvel's just like, hey, it sucked, whatever, power through it, go to the next thing.
Right.
DC's like, no, this is their 3rd or 4th.
We're going to try one more shot at this.
We'll figure this out eventually.
War Eagle says The Rock shrunk faster than Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds. And we now have an extra $500 in the kitty.
Look at that.
For the Survivor Challenge.
For Rogers not to place a pick on.
From Evergreen Turf Solutions, another $500. So now playing for $1,000.
You're in now, huh?
And we'll be back with more of the Power Hour from our show presented by Alsco.com right after this. When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back to the Power Hour of our show, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in La Bossier City, where you will find beautiful manufactured homes for a fraction of the cost of a site-built home. Our show presented to you by Alsco, who is available in Acadiana and throughout the state, as well as the I-20 corridor and I-49 as well. Alsco.com. We are now just 48 plus 58 hours from Raging Cajun football against McNeese. Little Saturday night in the swamp. Holy moly. Every week, time to get it going. Our Lady of Lords Stadium. Get your tickets. Go to RagingCajuns.com. As the Cajuns take on Rogers for McNeese State Cowboys. See you tomorrow, Lafayette.
With a backup quarterback.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Yeah, that stinks about Walker Howard.
It does.
Kid, is there any official timeline on him yet? I know he's missing this game.
I think it was kind of day to day.
Okay.
That's what it seemed. I might be wrong.
Let's see. Desermo says that it was sprained.
They only ruled him out today.
Right. He's out for McNeese, and I guess that means Daniel Beal will be the starter. They should be able to handle. See where St. Andre was one of the captains last week. Former Houghton Buccaneer.
Made a big play, too, on like a 4th down and short, maybe?
Yep.
Something?
He's had a nice little go down there in Lafayette, man. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Happy hour is here. Time now for your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo's mother had a saying, Raj. I don't want to outlive my mind or my money. And she proved to be a wise woman by addressing those concerned with a financial advisor and acting, 1, to plan ahead so to not run out of money, which you can control, and 2, plan ahead to minimize the devastating effects of a serious health issue in the latter stages of life. Having a plan to live an independent life in retirement without being a burden to your family is wise. Bo Harris Wealth Management is here to help. Why not reach out? Have a no-strings-attached conversation to understand how these and other life and money issues can be addressed. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. Oh, my. It's about that time, guys. My goodness. We got SEC action all over the place. As far as more stats from the opening weekend, catches per game. Well, who led the league in catches this past week? Keontez Lewis of Oklahoma had 9 grabs. They're going to need something like that against Michigan as well. Alabama's Jeremy Bernard had 8 catches, as did Mario Craver of A&M, 8 catches for 122 yards. That kid looked pretty good, by the way, that Craver kid. It almost makes me get a little bile in my throat.
You're a little too pro A&M.
I know. It's kind of making me sick.
Based off of a coach who did the same stuff that the other coaches have done so far, and that's be 8-4.
I've got a gut feeling about Elko, though.
Well, so they're screwed, which is good. But it's, I get it.
Gut
to an extent.
Got a big gut.
To an extent.
So, as far as tackling, how about 13 tackles from Alex Afari from Kentucky? Fred J.R. Johnson had 10 tackles, and Torian York of A&M had 10 tackles as well. Leading sack master, we had 2 guys in the SEC pick up a pair of sacks in the opening games of the weekend. Stephen Souls Jr. of Kentucky and Damon Wilson II of Missouri, each with a couple of sacks. As far as TFLs, Will Whitson of Mississippi State had 2.5 tackles for a loss. Several guys had 2. Gabe Harris, Raylan Wilson, Jaden Robinson, Robert Woodyard, Stephen Souls, Miles Capers, Alex Afari. Fun stuff, man. SEC. Stacking them up, putting them down. Lots of good stuff. Your SEC updates are brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC, Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo Harris, 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com. Located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, it's your head coach of the BTW Lions. It's a good man, Gary Cooper. Good morning, Coop. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. Coop, you and I have had a couple of texts about this, and I know we need to get into it. I know your boys are excited to be playing. I know it's a big week. Lakeview at their place, a chance for BTW to get out there and start off with a win. But it's not just the BTW community, but there's a great loss in Shreveport. And with the unexpected passing of Coach Terrence Wynn. And just kind of, Coach, if you could, as the text that I sent to you last night, for those that didn't know Coach Wynn, what is a way to describe the impact that he has had, not just at BTW, but in general to young men and young ladies in Shreveport Bossier?
Coach was a lifelong line, man. He played here, graduated from here. He did 30 plus years here at Booker T. So, he's a stigma here, man. Everybody knows Coach Wynn. Everybody knows what Coach Wynn is about as a man, as a coach. He's just overall great man. A lot of people knew Coach Wynn. People, the Booker T community, guys and ladies from other schools and other places. So he was a great guy that really loved Booker T, and he loved what he did with children, just motivating and just guiding children to be great young men and women.
How do you deal with this? Because it was obviously a shock to so many people, to everybody. Yeah. And so not only do you lose a comrade, a coaching confidant as well, and a friend, but you're looking at 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. They're still kids. Yeah. We try to say that we're making these young men and they're young women. Man, I'm a big believer that you don't really become a man or a woman really until you're in your 20s, because those teen years, there's still a whole lot of things going on in your head and your bodies that you're trying to mature. And so these kids are facing something they may not have ever had to deal with. A young, because Coach Wynn to me was still a young man in my eyes. And he had so much left to give. And so these kids are having to deal with this. How are you guys kind of helping your kids deal with this on the football squad?
It was very tough that Tuesday morning. Our administration did a great job of getting outside counselors and stuff on campus to help the guys and help the kids and even adults, anybody that needed. Had people on campus to help them. If they needed to talk, they needed to grieve, how they had to do that. First thing that morning, she pulled in the girls' basketball team, and they were with the counselors first, and they had a very long 20 to 30-minute moment just themselves before they even started talking. Wow. So they gave them a chance to kind of debrief and handle the best way they could. After that, I called the football team down to the locker room and addressed them first, and we talked and just gave them an opportunity to kind of get it out the best way they could. Some cried, some yelled. It was a lot of hugs and a lot of good emotions. It was a tough situation. One of my kids that was really, really, really close with Coach Wynn, the Kerryon Mitchell, he took it really hard. Like, I thought I was okay Monday night until I saw that kid Tuesday morning, and it broke me. And it broke me pretty bad, man. So I couldn't even have him in the room when I addressed the kids because I couldn't see him in that moment and address the kids because he'd have took me out with that one. So, the kids, after that, we went to the gym. They had the opportunity to speak with the counselors as well. And a lot of them didn't want to talk, and I get it. So I just let them stay down with me throughout the day, just kind of grieving the best way they can. And at this point, they're a lot better. They're a lot stronger from that. We're trying to use it now as a motivational tool. What would Coach Wynn want you to do at this moment? Play football.
Right.
Like Coach Wynn that he want to grieve or, say, man, get out there and play football. So that's the best way we can honor him in this moment. Let's go ahead and do what we're supposed to be doing.
You hit something there, Coach, that you mentioned that the administration at Booker T. Washington did a really good job of bringing the grief counselors out there, but I thought it was really interesting that you said, for the adults as well, because, again, Coop, you're a young man. You got young men on your coaching staff. You got some older guys on your coaching staff, but everybody thinks that there's going to be a tomorrow. And when someone that you count on and care for and have shared so many memories with, and he's not there that next day, the adults need some help as well. So, how has that been just among your coaches? And I know that there are other coaches who are not BTW coaches who have been affected by this as well. How have those conversations gone? Not necessarily do we need to know the inside story of, what y'all are talking about, but how are y'all coping with it while also trying to be the leader of these young people, while trying to set the example for these young people, y'all are hurting as well, So how have the other adults kind of handled this situation?
Our best thing, especially from the kids, to try to be as normal as possible. It's not easy. Coach Rutherford has been working with Coach Wynn over 25 years. Coach Green has known Coach Wynn for even longer than that. So those guys took it very hard. I played for Coach. Coach coached me. He's coaching with me. So it wasn't easy for me either. But best thing we can do in front, especially in front of the boys, is just try to be as normal as possible. Try to just be as business as possible. But practice has been shorter this week, so they can go to the family hours and do things with the family or whatever. Anybody that want to go, you have that opportunity. So they've been doing that. And it's just, like I said, just trying to be as normal as possible. Normal, do the things that we've been doing and keep pushing these kids to do what they got to do and try not to linger on it because, like I told them the very first day, football is still coming.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nobody's going to take it easy on us because of the situation. They have to try to use it against you and try to jump on you early, so we still got to get ready to play Friday night football.
And that's got to be difficult. I don't care how you slice it, even though you can tell yourself that, Coop, even though your coaches can tell you that, and Green can say that, Relaford can say that, but the kids can try to believe it, but then there's something that happens that a memory comes back or something happens that makes you think this. And so everyone, I believe, surely understands that if it's not possible to just kind of automatically move on. And so I cannot imagine what all of y'all are dealing with, especially with it being so unexpected like that. And it almost feels like a disservice to anybody to talk about it. But then I think, like you and I kind of shared in the text messages, it's what you've got to do, Yeah. And that's Coach Wynn would probably be ticked off if this thing lingered for 3 or 4, games into the season that the guys are still not playing up to their potential, because that's what he wanted. He wanted every kid to reach their maximum potential. From everything I knew about Coach Wynn, all he wanted was the best for kids. Is that a fair statement, Coop?
Oh, that's very fair. Like, if this, the way Coach Wynn is about winning, and winning. That's it. At the end of the day, he wants these kids to go out and play football. He wants us as coaches to go out and get the best we can out of these kids, to go out and win football games. So that's what we're going to try to do. We try to do our best we can't put it behind you, but try to put it, in the moments that we can, handle it, we'll handle it. But other than that, we got to get ready to play football. And it's just tomorrow's Friday night. We got to lace up and play Lakeview. And then there's a Friday after that, and it continues. So we got to be mentally prepared to play football at the same time, live on his legacy by honoring him by playing the game of football.
I would hope that this is a rallying cry, not only because it's a way to deal with this, but it's also a way to honor a coach who gave so much of his time. I cannot imagine the number of hours and days that he spent with kids at the forefront of what his mission was. And for anybody, when we lose anybody in that realm, it affects everybody. You know what I mean? Because that's one more good leader that's not going to be around to help these kids become who the best they can be. And so that's more responsibility on you, on Tony, on Green, on everybody there associated with BTW, your principal, your assistant principals. It's a lot going on, man. And so I feel for you guys. You guys are taking on Lakeview, heading to their place on Friday. I hope that the fellas are able to concentrate, because you know this as well as anybody, Coop. The one play you're not concentrating is that one play you get an injury, because you're not ready for that hit. And so I hope the kids are able to focus and then get back to it. When are the services for Coach Wynn, by the way? Has that been announced, or is it already taken place?
It haven't finalized yet. We're still waiting to get finalization from the family.
Okay. Well, buddy, our hearts are with you, and I'm so sorry for everyone associated with Coach Wynn, his family, his friends, his kids, and his coaches. It's tough, and I don't know what else to say about it, buddy, except God bless him and God bless everybody there at BTW, and Godspeed, and I hope the boys play hard Friday, and I hope that it helps provide a little bit of at least a little bit of a Band-Aid, at least for right now.
Yes, sir. We definitely appreciate it.
All right, Coop. Thanks a lot, buddy. Gary Cooper, your head coach at BTW, where they are dealing with a significant loss in their BTW family with the passing of Coach Wynn. And again, he just always had a youthful bounce to him. Every time you see him on a football field or on a basketball court doing his thing, he just looked like he loved what he was doing, Raj, and that's tough. And again, I feel for the folks over at BTW. We'll be back with more of the show right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland's going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I was opening my pet supply store in 2 days and needed a grand opening banner.
Hold on to your hat. Here come the rush charges.
So I went to Staples. Staples Print Pros were able to print it same day, and I saved big.
Same day, save big? Give that dog a bone.
I'll take it.
For the expert printing your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
Now at Staples, save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. It's 9/13. Order by noon for same-day banners. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morsedewitt.com. Paid lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuva Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
Log on and check out these great deals where your dollars go further and you can cash in and save at Valley Shreveport. 3 great dining experiences on property for you to enjoy. Flames Mediterranean Restaurant with Greek and Persian selections that satisfy your fine dining cravings. TK's Treats and Eats, Po' Boy Sweets and more. Notini's Italian Restaurant, home of everybody's favorite mint tea and all your Italian favorites. Just log on to seizethedeal.com/Shreveport to get yours today.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. Happy hour, 9 till 10 o'clock, because Rogers is happy that he's only got 1 hour with me before he gets to watch his soap operas. Of course, we're coming to you. One of our presenting sponsors, or our big presenting sponsor, is Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Facility care, linens, uniforms, first aid, and so much more. Good people. 318-636-0404. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. A reminder for you that Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram is giving away LSU home football tickets throughout the season. It's easy to enter. Stop by the dealership at 2701 Bend Road, just south of I-220. If you show up, you get 1 entry into the drawing every single week. If you refer a friend, you get 5 entries. If you actually go on a test drive for that Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, you get 10 entries into the hopper. Service visit, another 10 entries. If you purchase a vehicle, you get 30 entries into the LSU football home game ticket giveaway. Why wouldn't you want to go to the LSU home game? Why wouldn't you want to go to an LSU home game without having to pay for it? Why wouldn't you want to go get a brand new Jeep, Ram, Dodge? Go see them. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com, the home of your LSU football home game ticket giveaway. Each home game, winners will be announced prior to the home game. Stop by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram today. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation, your head coach of the North Webster Knights. It is, of course, Christopher Macho Camacho Wilson. And, Coach, we were just on with Coach Coop, and he was just basically giving us, for those that didn't know Coach Wynn, as well as the folks at BTW and the coaching circles do, a pretty good idea of why this is such a significant loss. You knew Coach Wynn. You were close with him as well. What kind of effect did Coach Wynn, when you watch a guy like that who gives so much to kids, what does that mean to you?
Passion, man. You know, I was at Booker T as a younger coach in my formative years, if you will. Mm-hmm. And being able to be around good guys like him, you know, he is BTW. You know, I don't think that you could find somebody who has pretty much dedicated his life to a building like Terrence Wynn had to BTW. And if you wanted the history, if you wanted to know the reason why things were the way they were and why people love BTW and the way I love BTW the way I do is because guys like Puddin, man. And, you know, to be able to forge a relationship with him that was outside of coaching, you know, with his daughter Juanisha, with his grandson Jay, it hurts, man, you know, because those are the guys that you look up to. And when you want to be a good head coach, when it goes beyond the game and you want to impact people and impact communities, you know, he was one of the best to do it. And it's really, really unfortunate. And there's a large hole in the coaching community in Shreveport because Terrence Wynn is no longer with us.
Very well said, buddy. And I know that, I don't know if you've ever had to deal with this while as a coach or as a student athlete during your own days there, Coach, but when you lose someone who's a mentor like that, boy, I just can't imagine how you try to get those kids to, you know, everyone's got a job to do. You know, we're so big on, well, we got to march forward. We got to carry on. Well, sometimes, man, it's understandably hard to. And sometimes you just need a moment to kind of like, hey, let's think about this, man. We just lost somebody very important to us, you know, and so you've got to accept that, but you got to turn around. Friday nights are going to happen. Another game is going to happen, you know, and those kids have got to get it done. You've got to get it out of your mind for that time between 7 and 9:30 tomorrow night, because Webster Parish is paying you to lead North Webster Knights to victories and to have those kids ready to play football. So how do you kind of deal with, all right, I am honoring Coach Wynn by doing my job? Is that the way you do it?
I think that's the only way. You know, time waits for no man, and the world keeps spinning, right? So you have a job to do, and I think that, you know, and I'm, you know, sitting in the classroom, so I didn't hear exactly what Coop said, but I know that Puddin would have told Coop, hey, get those boys ready to play a football game. Mm-hmm. You know, that's how you honor me. You honor me by doing what you are here to do.
and that's lead young men, that's lead a program, and it's the same way on our end. My coaches didn't have a relationship with him, but through me, my kids can see what it's like to have somebody who not only coaches the game, but cares about them and cares about them as a, growing young man, future husband, future father, because that's what he was, outstanding father. His kids were always around. There was a family atmosphere with him because you knew that you looked at Wynn and you saw his kids. His daughter worked his books. His grandson would come home from LSU, and me and him, when he was younger, me and Jay had a great relationship, and he was one of the people that I love being around. But you got to go to work. You got to go to work. Like you said, we're paid to do a job. We're paid to keep the focus and, just to teach them the lessons that you have a responsibility. Your responsibility doesn't stop when you experience loss, or experience dysfunction or discomfort. You still got to go to work. That's just part of being a man. It's part of being a leader.
Well, buddy, part of being a leader is getting those North Webster Knights to play the best football they could possibly play every single week you get out there. Last week, you mentioned that your youngsters got that sweet taste, or that you wanted your youngsters to get that sweet taste of reaching pay dirt. It looks like they finally got that opportunity in the Jamboree, putting a touchdown on the board against Homer and putting some points on the board against Lakeside. What was that moment like for your kids to get that time to bask a little bit? Because, buddy, in football, all the hard work, it all pays off for everybody when there's 6 points added to the scoreboard.
Right. It was gratifying. The boys had a really good day of practice on that Thursday, and they were able to lock in. We meet every Friday morning before school. I want to have a conversation with them and be the last comforting voice they hear before they attack the day, because there's so many distractions on a game day, and everybody wants a piece of a football player on game day. And we talked about controlling the controllables. Worrying about the things that you have control over and not spending a lot of time, So we get to Lakeside and the referees aren't there. So our first game ends up getting pushed back 45 minutes. You don't have anything. You can't control that. How do you stay locked in? How do you stay mentally focused? Homer takes the first kickoff back for a touchdown. Okay, what now? And then we play 29 minutes and 15 seconds worth of really good football, and I'm proud of the way those youngsters responded. We had all three of our touchdown drives weren't big play drives. We were able to string together some plays and be successful and methodically move the ball down the field and not turn the ball over, not have interceptions, not have mental breakdowns. And when we did fumble a snap, it didn't affect us like it did last year. Kids didn't go down in the dumps and they didn't turn on each other. And they played together, and that's what we wanted to see. That was really, we were able to get lined up, kick a field goal against Homer. Those are the things that we wanted to see, because those are the things that we're going to be able to have to lean on throughout the season in order for us to be successful. We got a weapon with Christian Whitlock at kicker, and we're going to utilize him. We get inside the 20, we're going to kick it. We're not going to go throw Hail Mary balls, and not play smart football. That kid is a kicker. And we haven't had a kicker like him in a long time, so we're going to utilize him.
That's a bonus to have in a high school football game, isn't it?
Absolutely. When he's true from 38, 40 in, we're gonna put him to work.
All right, so we got that over with. Dress rehearsals are over with. Now it's time to take on. At least you start off. It's the equivalent of taking on Clemson in your season opener, as opposed to Central Arkansas. Might as well jump out there and take a bite out of Haynesville, right? And Isaiah Washington, as they make their way to your neck of the woods there in Spring Hill. What is it about this Haynesville squad that stands out to you?
Man, discipline, man. Discipline. When you play a program like Haynesville, you know what's coming. They're going to be well coached. They're going to do what they're asked to do. They're not going to have mental breakdowns. And you have to play quality football for 48 minutes. That's the key. When I took this job and I go back and watch all of the games, Northwestern always outnumbers Haynesville. We always have more bodies. But mentally, are they prepared to battle for 48 minutes? And Coach Franklin and those guys do a great job of preparing their team to play an entire football game in all three facets of the game. They're solid offense, defense, as well as special teams. They don't make mistakes. We have to not make mistakes too. We have to make sure we play in the same quality of football mentally as Haynesville does. That's why they're perennial. They don't even not book rooms for New Orleans, man. They plan on going. And that's just a different mentality that we haven't developed yet. That's what we're working every day to develop. And they're outstanding measuring point for us to begin the season every single year, because we know where we stand. We have the same socioeconomic makeup. We just have a few more kids because we have more towns to feed from. But that's the type of program that I want to have. I want to have a program where there isn't a question that we're going to make a deep run, because we're building it the right way. We're building it from the junior high on up, and the kids know what the expectations are once they get to us, and we're not rebuilding, we're reloading every year, and that's what Haynesville does.
When you look at a player like Isaiah Washington, who's the LSU commit, he's got everything you're looking for in a high school player, and I love the fact that when we get to see someone from a smaller community, a single A school, get an opportunity to play for the preeminent program in the state and one of the top programs in the country. When a kid like that gets recognized, and you look at, Homer's got Star Thomas playing at Tennessee now. It's just fun when the small-town kid gets that great big opportunity. And, heck, man, opportunities arise at SAU. They're at UAM. They're at Grambling. They're at UM Monroe. I ain't, discounting any of the chances that kids get to play college football centenary. But when you face a kid that's got that kind of ability, how does it change the way you coach, if anything?
You make sure that he's not the one who beats you. You got to find a way to take him out. Take him out the game. You have to make sure that he's an LSU commit for a reason, Tim. He's not no just regular Joe Schmo kid. I'm standing out there looking at him at the Jamboree, and he looks like a Division I football player.
He does, man. He looks exactly like he could be lining up on Saturdays. Yeah.
He looks it, he looks it. So we have to make sure that our game plan is, anybody but two. If he's going to beat us, he's going to have to beat us not with his legs. He's going to have to beat us with his arm. We got to bottle up the run game. We have to make sure that he doesn't get out on the edge, because we don't have a lot of kids that can run shoulder to shoulder with him. And we definitely don't have a 6'2", 185-pound kid on our roster.
Right.
We don't have that kid, right? So we have to make sure that they got 42 kids on the roster that I'm looking at right now. Somebody other than two got to beat us. If we lose, we want it to be two had to make some plays with somebody else. We don't want two to go crazy and have four or 5 touchdowns by himself.
Makes sense to me, buddy, and good luck with that. Because that is not easy. I know
it's not easy.
I know that you and 9 other coaches are going to have to try to figure out ways to do that during the regular season, and you'll get your first test on Friday night as Haynesville makes their way over to Spring Hill, what is one of the, Haynesville Homer is in its own stratosphere, is one of the oldest, if not the oldest rivalry west of the Mississippi. But the old Haynesville Spring Hill days and Haynesville North Webster days ain't nothing to be laughed about either, as far as that rivalry and what it means for the kids that know each other so well. What is it, 17 miles or so separating the two, something like that?
Yeah, it's not far. Yes,
not
sir.
far enough, man. And so it should be a doozy. What a great way to kick off the season. Appreciate the wonderful things you had to say about Coach Wynn as well. Coach, best of luck to your boys. Hope everyone plays to their maximum and comes out of it healthy. Always appreciate your visit.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Have a great day.
You bet. 9:33 the time. Our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations rock on. We'll have one more. Gary Smith, head coach of Bossier, coming up in a wee bit. Got your LSU updates as well. And I don't know if you heard this or not. We've had $500 added to the kitty for our survival. Yep. So not only are you winning my money, Evergreen Turf Solutions has added $500 to the kitty as well. So we have now $1,000 for the winner. And Rogers, I think it's still winner take all. Why do you get money for finishing in second place? Do they give gold medals to second place, Raj? No, they give gold medal to first place. Silver, which you melt and, make a fork out of, that's for first loser. We ain't got first loser in this thing. If we stay at $1,000, it's winner take all. Now, if we get some more folks that want to add to the pot, then maybe we'll discuss letting the little people, like you, Griswold, be able to share in the largesse that we have. But right now, $1,000 for the winner of our Survivor contest. That's not chump change. And more than likely, it's going to come right around Christmas, too. So that's good stuff. 28-13 says, I really enjoy listening to the North Webster coach. Oh, Rogers, we have another $500 added to the kitty. From Nightlighters Christmas Light Decorations. Our buddy Jason has added $500 more. So now we're at $1,500. Still winner takes all. I just went against my own words there. So giddy up. If you want the information, shoot us a text on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. We'll get the information to you. Remember, the password is HAMBONE1130. Our little show is brought to you by Chop Shop. Rogers, did you see the thing they are making? They added it a day early for the lunch. But they had it yesterday. They have it today as well. I saw it too late. It was like 4:15. I was like, no! I want that now! Why can't I have that now? So, Chop Shop, 724 Azalea. Whoo, buddy. This might be, Raj, I'm starting to getting kind of teary-eyed here thinking about it. A 3-cheese grilled cheese sandwich, white cheddar, yellow cheddar, and mozzarella, stacked on their house-made chili garlic focaccia bread, served up with a cozy cup of roasted tomato and herb soup. Holy moly, and the picture of it. My gosh, what are you doing to us? Rogers, if I could lick that, and at least in my mind think that's what it tastes like. It looks amazing. And yes, they still have their smash burgers ready as well. You know, they have a saying there at Sample Farms and at Chop Shop. Eat clean, live dirty. That's what the farm life's about. Eat clean with incredible local farm-raised beef, chicken, pork, eggs, and so much more. Honey, dairy products, grab-and-go salads, grab-and-go stir-fry, already pre-patted, pre-seasoned burger ready to throw on the grill. And today and tomorrow and Saturday, a hot lunch special, a 3-cheese grilled cheese with roasted tomato and herb soup, or get the smash burger, all available at Chop Shop. Gulp. 724 Azalea Drive. LSU update, Gary Smith, all on the way next.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Hour, our little radio show presented to you by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404, 318-636-0404. You know, guys, we love talking about unsung heroes, and man, have we got one right in our midst in Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, empowering people through the power of work, and they will be providing our unsung hero throughout the high school football season. When we visit with coaches after the games, we love asking them, hey, man, we saw that, Pops Houston threw for 347 yards. We know Malachi Ziegler ran for 2 scores and threw for 4 more. We know Caleb Williams ran for 6 touchdowns for Parkway. But who was that unsung hero, that Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung hero? Because, man, that's exactly who they are in our community. 6 job centers covering 26 parishes, 8 stores in North Louisiana, 1 retail center. They do so much as far as retail certification, GEDs, job placement, job training, all part of Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana. It's been around since 1926. Time now for your LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. They've got lights for every occasion and every socket you can find. Inside and outside, River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. And our LSU update has some fresh news. Jay Johnson and his two main assistants are getting significant raises. This is as of about 40 minutes ago. LSU head baseball coach Jay Johnson and two assistant coaches are set to receive raises and contract extensions after the national championship, their second in 3 years. Johnson will now make $23.45 million over the next 7 years with an annual salary that now tops $3 million. He gets a 2-year extension, so his contract runs through the 2032 year. It has to be approved by the Board of Supervisors, but they ain't going to take that down. He got a new contract after the national title in 2023 that made him one of the highest-paid college baseball coaches in the country. He made $1.67 million last year before bonuses, and his compensation was set to go up until 2030 to where he was going to earn $2 million. Well, now Jay Johnson will make $3.05 million over the next year. His compensation increases by $100,000 a year until it will reach $3.65 million in the final year of his contracts. His two assistants, recruiting coordinator Josh Jordan and director of baseball ops Josh Simpson, also get new contracts. Jordan will make $485,000 on average over the next 3 years. His previous deal paid him $310,000, and Simpson, already under contract through 2027, will now make $255,000 over the next year, up from $205,000. And you got to say, that's money well spent for the LSU Tigers and Jay Johnson, who is by far the king of college baseball with 2 national titles in the last 3 years. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com for all your light fixture needs. They've got them for you. Our show also brought to you by Rejuvenate Medical. When it comes to weight loss and low T treatment, nobody around here is going to be able to do it quite like the fine folks over at Rejuvenate Medical. They're online at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com. And they're also just down the street, 4801 Line Avenue in Shreveport, Louisiana, inside Piermont Mall in Suite 8, 318-408-4080. rejuvenamemedical.com. Joining us now for our final Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation of the day. You know him, you love him, especially if you're probably family.
I don't know about that.
He is your head coach of the Bossier Bearcats. The always fun to visit with, Gary Smith. Hey, Gary, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Fletch. How are y'all?
We're all right, man. Last week, scrimmage didn't go well, or 2 weeks ago, you wanted to see your kids respond in a positive way. Well, did they respond in the positive way you wanted them to against plain dealing in that jamboree?
We cleaned up some of it, Fletch. Cleaned up some of it, but we still got a long way to go. We looked, I would say, terrible on special teams, so hopefully that'll go better this week.
You know, if that's an honest assessment, by golly, you look terrible on special teams. No sugarcoating that. How do you get better on special teams without really more game action?
Well, I guess spend more time in practice than what we have been. That's what we did this week, and hopefully it'll carry over to tomorrow night. And I'm sure everybody has a lot of the same issues early in the year, and I think some of it was kids that we have that aren't used to playing in front of a lot of people that kind of didn't handle the pressure very well. So hopefully they've adjusted to that a little better, and that'll help.
Do you have the opposite, though, with some of the kids? Do you have some of those kids yet that you can kind of look at and go, I think he may be going a little bit harder. I think he may be running a little faster. I think he's hitting a little bit harder now that there's a few more people out here, now that the lights are on. Have you had any of that yet?
Probably. We've had a few that probably perform better than they do in practice, and, maybe it's what they call a gamer, I guess. But, we had a couple of kids that surprised us, and that's a good thing.
Last year, Coach, you've won on paper, but not on the field against North Caddo, so got that going for you, but it was not the best start that you wanted for your season. What is the key for a high school team to have a good start to a season? I know obviously whatever gets you a win would be the smart answer, I suppose. But as a coach that wants to see your kids just get better and better, what's the thing you're looking for in week one that makes you think, all right, we're doing something better here. Things are getting okay.
Well, the thing we've emphasized the most this week is turnovers. And so every game that we've been +1 in the turnover, we've won here at Bossier. Every game that we've been minus in the turnovers, we've lost. So we feel like that's going to be probably the biggest key is holding on to football and getting some takeaways. We have to do better than we've done in the past with that, with the turnovers.
Hui. So the old gauntlet drill back in the day, we'd run either through the tires or run through the dummies, which is what we called the 10th graders, or whatever you want to call them, the pads or whatever. Has there been anything new that's come along here in the last few years that you can put your running backs and quarterbacks and receivers through to where you're like, okay, that's a good drill. That's going to help them, and it pays off on the field where it's duplicating someone trying to strip them, or has that not been perfected yet?
It's the same drills you do over and over, and a lot of it, I think, is, and I think I said this 2 weeks ago, we're bigger and we're stronger than I think that's going to help, help hold on to the football. And we've been better in the spring. We're better in the fall scrimmage. We're better in the jamboree this year than we were last year. So I think hopefully we've improved a great deal, in the turnover aspect, because we had a bunch of them the last 2 years.
One thing that we haven't really talked to the coaches about, I may have mentioned it briefly with Spencer this morning. We've had this great weather for like 5 days, mid-80s.
Rain tomorrow night, huh?
Tomorrow night, buddy, it's going to be 97 degrees at about 6 o'clock. And so it's still going to be probably about 94 at game time. So, Conditioning. Where are we in conditioning with the Bossier Bearcats?
I feel like we're in pretty good shape for this time of year. We'll find out more tomorrow night, because we played the late, started at 7:30 the other night, and it was a beautiful night for the jamboree. So, yes, it's going to be hotter, but I think it'll affect both teams for sure, and hopefully we handle it better than North Caddo does, and we'll just have to see. But I feel like we've done a good job with conditioning, and I think the players have bought in, and so we'll see, but hopefully it goes well.
The numbers that you have got to help a little bit with that, right, Gary?
Yes, I believe that will definitely help also.
How many of the 56, you can have the numbers, but if you're still only playing 17 kids, the same 17 are playing on offense and defense or whatever, then I don't know how much the numbers do help, but if you've got 56 kids and 25, 30 are getting some game action. So where are we as far as that number? How many of these 50 to 55 kids do you really kind of feel like, okay, we're counting on this number of kids to play some significant snaps for us in the season opener?
We're probably looking at close to, 30 guys getting reps, and only right now having, really 4 kids that are pretty much starting both ways.
Okay.
And so that's a positive as well. And we'll just have to wait and see how those 4 handle it, going 4 quarters. So got a lot more depth, like you said, and I definitely think that's going to help. We'll see tomorrow night.
As far as what, everyone looks for little things that you learn during the off season at a coach's clinic or a video or whatever. Do you buy into all that? Do you find that there's something that can be learned every single year, or does, when the dust settles, it's basically who doesn't turn the ball over, who follows their assignments, who blocks and tackles the most? That's what it's going to boil down to, no matter how many new motivational tactics come around, how many new drills come around, how many new throwing motions you can have your quarterback try to practice or whatever, or mimic. Or do you kind of look at new ways to get the job done?
I feel like you always have to look at new ways, and this is year 30, and I feel like I've, every year I'm learning something new, and using it. So I think it's a little bit of both. I think you got, like you said, the holding on to the football and the tackling and the blocking. That all, if you don't do that very well, you're not going to win regardless. And so, but sure, shoot, yeah. You learn something every year, and it's little things that you can add to what you have, and it helps and makes you better.
The other night, anybody who was anybody watched, the LSU defense look better than they have in quite a while. Then you also, earlier in the day, had seen the Alabama defense look worse than ever before. When you see the transformation from one year to the next, Alabama's defense the last 2 years, fantastic. LSU's defense the last 2 years sucked. Does that make you think at all like, hey, we can also turn things around in a year. We can get better in a year, or you already knew that, I'm sure. But does that affect you in any way as far as just the way you feel about the progress that you're making?
I don't think so, Fletcher. No, I tell you what, there's some great football on Saturday, and it's good to see LSU playing well on defense, and it's also good to see Alabama not playing well on defense. And, I don't really think about that. I know that we can be better, and hopefully we will be better. And, I feel like every year, things are improving, and offensively and defensively. So hopefully we'll make the improvement that LSU did and not digress kind of like Alabama has.
Yeah, you're pulling LSU, not Alabama. That's what we're kind of hoping to see here. It's, once again, Bossier hosting North Caddo, Chase Thompson's crew coming in. And, Coach, we've said it before. You believe it. You're an alumnus. You know what we're talking about. There is really something very, very cool and special about a Friday night at Memorial Stadium in Bossier. It's one of the most picturesque settings that we have around here. It's beautiful, man. It really is. And I'm happy for you guys. There's so much stuff to do around there nowadays. And so I wonder, because of that, the what's it called, the East Bank District or whatever, I hope that some of the folks that are down there milling around on Fridays are like, hey, what are those lights over there? Let's head over there and let's fork over some $10 and go watch a little high school football. So
that would be great.
So if you're getting out and about tomorrow night and you're over there in the East Bank District, or you're over there at Chasing Aces and you see the lights just a little east of there, go, hey, let's go watch some really good fun high school football, and let's contribute here to that Bossier Bearcat Athletic Department by buying a couple of tickets here. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, the place to be, Memorial Stadium. Coach, hope the boys play hard. Hope they come out of it healthy. Same thing for Chase's crew as well. Should be a fun game. And glad that the season is ready to get going. And always appreciate your time, Gary. Really do.
Well, thank you, Fletch, and thank you for what y'all do.
You betcha, buddy. He is the man, the myth, the legend. Good old Gary Smith. That's what I'm going to start calling him. G-O-G. GOG. For good old Gary. I wonder if he'd like that nickname. Coach Smith, if that's okay with you, we're going to start calling you GOG. Hey, you GOG. Because he's good old Gary. I have never heard anybody have a disparaging word to say about Gary Smith. Good dude. That's all, again, part of our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations. Had a chance to visit with Devin and Rance and their grandfather yesterday. I was blown away. The selection and the absolute steals of a deal you'll get. If you're buying an appliance, do you really care if the side of that Whirlpool dishwasher has a scratch? Do you care that there's a dent on the handle of that refrigerator about the size of the point of your index finger when you could save 50% off of it? No. It works. And you get the same manufacturer's warranty with the purchase that you would at a big box store. Crazy, man. Crazy, amazing. 814 Shreveport Barksdale. Thanks as well to our friends over at Goodwill Industries. Cormier Family Dentistry. Chapin Toyota. It's shaping up to be a beautiful day at Chapin Toyota, where Blake Chapin has got off to a great start to his 2025 season. Stay healthy, Blake. Knock on wood for that. And get you a sweet deal. Saw a beautiful Columbia Blue 4Runner when I went to go see my therapist yesterday. Beautiful blue 4Runner pulled up right next to me. Holy moly, you can get those at shapeandtoyota.com. Thanks, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Walk-On Sports Bistro, Bowman Asphalt, Chevy Land, GBT, Mudbugs Hockey, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, Live Oak ENV, River Cities Lighting, Landers Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram. Stop by the dealership and get entered in those ticket giveaways for LSU home games. Chasing Aces and ChasingAces.golf. Head to Chasing Aces after the games tomorrow night for the closest to the pin on number 1. Big money up. Daiquiri Express, Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers, Rejuvenate Medical, Porter's Cleaners, Cormier Family Dentistry, Skent-N-Dent, Bo Harris Wealth Management, Spell Brothers Lumber, Chop Shop, Alsco, Community Renewal, Honey Baked Ham, Accutemp, Sports World, and Bailey's Jewelers. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas Valley, Batch 1284, rest in peace. And Coach Terrace Wynn as well. Coach Wynn, rest in peace. Have a great day, everybody. We will see you again. It's kickoff time, Cowboys, Eagles, and high school football tonight as well. Take care, everybody.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.